Very similar to the game that we are televised here on Tuesday. Very overcast. But we got to keep our fingers crossed that the clouds would dissipate. The field is being set now. They seem to be opening with a slow bowler. We have to get some identification. Some sort of identification. It seems to be slow bowler to bowl to left arm over. Pushes it. They're going for a sharp single. That is good running. Because he pushed it to the left of the fieldsman there, shortish mid-wicket. And the non-striker called him, and they made it quite comfortably in the end. It's now 4 without loss. 4 without loss. Leeward Islands have been inserted to bat. Still having some difficulties picking up. The scorer has left us. She's gone to look for some identification. In this time, flighty delivery. And he pushes that one out to cover. And there is no run. This one driven out to long off. A single goes up to 2. It's 6 without loss. As Malik Walsh in. Back he goes and caught well. Short of a length, asking to be punished. And he has done just that. 4 runs. A lovely shot there. Short of a length outside the off stump. He went on the back foot and cut it between cover point and backward point for a really a fluent boundary. 10 now. 10 without loss. Leeward Islands having been inserted to the bat by Jamaica. But strange though, they have won the toss in these conditions and they open the bowling with a left arm slow bowler from the southern end of the Annesville playing field and the back end. Back he goes, short of a length, and he forces it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Bowler name? Hines? Yes, I understand. We now get identification. It's Hines, the left arm from the southern end in. For defensive, striking him on the pad, and the umpires giving him out. A flighty delivery, he pushed at that one, striking him on the pad, a vociferous appeal, and umpire had no hesitation in lifting the finger. We are not in the best position in terms of where that ball pitched, but the umpire is in the best position, and he had judged that that ball was pitched between wicket and wicket, and the Leeward Islands have lost their first wicket with a total 10. Batsman out, trying to get it right. Walsh, so how many he got? Number 17, eh? Number 17, eh? Huh? Who's that? Who's the batsman? Graves, number 3. So Michael Graves replaces who's the batsman now? Walsh? Yeah, Walsh, LBW 4. Walsh, LBW anyway. It's 10 for 1. Leeward Islands have been inserted to bat. The good news is in front of us, the clouds seem to be lifting. That very dark cloud right around us seems to be lifting. Let's hope it continues to go in that direction and go westward and do not create any real problems here for the youngsters who are out there. In. This one, better line to right on target. And he defended quite nicely. And there is no run. 10 for 1, the Leeward Islands haven't been inserted to bat here at the Sign Hill playing field. Jamaica, as I said, they started with a slow bowler, a spinner from the southern end. A little surprising, but they have their own plans. And it has paid off thus far. He has already captured a wicket. In he comes from the northern end. This one driven out to mid-off, and there is no run. 10 for 1, the Leeward Islands here. Sign Hill playing field. 10 for 1. Jamaica having won the toss and asked the Leeward Islands to take first strike. So there's a slip, a deep gully, shortish third man. And he comes from the northern end. This one on his legs, and he clips this one away quite nicely. Long to long leg, and he's going to get a single. He's moved the total up now to 11. 11 for 1, the Leeward Islands. Having been asked to bat by Jamaica. A little difficulty trying to identify players. But the new man going to take strike would be Graves. And with the numbers, with the yellow as against the maroon, it's a little difficult to pick the numbers. As I said, we are not really in the best position. So, left arm fast bowler for Jamaica. That's Edwards. Again, targeting the leg stump. Batsman looking to, that's Graves looking to walk that one on the onside. Seem to have hit the inside portion of the bat, and he's off the mark with 12 for the loss of 1. We're into over number 3. 12 for 1 over number 3 here at the Sign Hill playing field. West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament. There's a game going on at Annesville and one at Park Hill. So, in he comes. Edwards in. This one driven sweetly through the offside for 4. Pitched up. Batsman just waited in it and really slammed it to the left of mid-off. Nobody moved. It just went, despite the conditions, it really flew across the outfield. And now it's up to 16 for 1. 16 for 1, a very fine shot there indeed. Maybe the shot of the morning thus far. We're only 10 minutes old. Really a wonderful cover drive. And he comes to bowl outside the off stump, and he bounced on him. He went back on the back foot. And with a sort of an uppercut, they have 1, they have 2, and that is all they'll have. And a good return. A pretty good return. Back of a length, lifting, and he got back there, and he slammed it over square cover point for 2. Total up now to what, 16? Yeah, 16. 18 for 1. A little difficulty, but we are coping. 18 for 1. So the left arm spinner for Jamaica. Hines, right? Yes, Hines. No family relation to me. So Hines will come in out to bowl to seem to be Graves. Left arm from the southern end in. Flighty delivery. And he pushes that one out to backward point. No run. 18 for 1. 18 for 1, the Leeward Islands. And certainly there is some rain to the left of us here. Hines in. This one driving out to cover. And there is no run. Certainly to the left of me right here, there's a bit of a rain. And that certainly would come. It's a matter of time. The ground staff are really and truly moving quickly to the covers. Hines in. This one again, short of a length, goes back and forces it back to the bowler. No run. 18 for 1. Leeward Islands, 18 for 1. The rain is really, doesn't appear to be a heavy shower. This one outside the off stump, wide. Trying to entice Graves, but he allowed it to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. 18 for 1. As in comes in as well. Apparently the umpires have had enough. They recognize that the rain is definitely going to come. It's just a matter of time. How long, I am not too sure. But what I can tell you is that there is an interruption of play here at 9:43. There is an interruption. The covers are being pulled on by the ground staff here at the Sentinel playing field. And so far, so good. Rather suspect we are going to have some stoppages today based on the weather forecast. And this is the first, I believe, of many, because to the left of me here, looking over the Villa Calico area, it is raining. In front of me, towards the Beckway, the Grenadines area, there's no rain on that side. So I'm certain you're hearing the rain on the roof here at the Sentinel playing field. As there is an interruption. How long it will last, I'm not too sure. The covers are being brought on. It's 18 for 1 as we go back to our viewers. Yes, the operator not really looking at what is happening, because he seemingly is on his phone. The signs are there for him to stop the broadcast until we resume. Leeward Islands having been inserted back by Jamaica. They are 18 for 1 at the first interruption for rain. As to our viewers and listeners, we go back until we are ready on the resumption of play. Go! You want it in your woman. That's the problem. Very jealous because I go near to you. No, changing nothing. Come back to the Sign Hill playing field where the rain has just abated. Some mopping up operation because it's a very heavy shower. And one or two small areas outside the pitch itself. So they did quite a bit of mopping up operations. Play is about to resume with Leeward Islands 18 for 1 with Walsh gone for 5 LBW to Hines, and Palm is on 9 not out, Graves 1 not out. So here we go now. We start at 10:50 a.m., lunch at 1:50, half an hour. We started at 2:20. Close the play 5:34. 46 overs per side. 4 bowlers, 4 can bowl 9 and 1 can bowl 10. Those are the restrictions laid down by the umpires. You have seen 1 delivery from the southern end. It's one outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and it's the end of over number 4. Over number 4, the total is now 18 for 1. And good morning to you, Asnet.
Good morning to you, Mr. Hines, and all of our viewers around the Caribbean. It's good to see the sunshine peeking out. Well, I think it's more than peeking out. It's actually shining in all its glory, which is good signs here at the Sign Hill playing field.
Yeah, we were always expecting some kind of interruption because of the forecast. And we got the one that lasted an hour, a little over an hour. So that's how it is. We are back under sunshine and everything looks good for the time being. The bowler from the northern end is Edwards. Yes, Edwards will be coming in from the northern end left arm over, and he'll be bowling to Palmer in. Outside the off stump, you allow that one to go by, and as a matter of fact, it's a wide. 2 wide outside the off stump to attract any shot through to the keeper, and there's no run. 19 for 1. The Leeward Islands haven't been inserted to bat here against Jamaica. So there's a slip, sort of a shortish third man, kind of a deep gully, square cover points, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a long leg. I find it in this situation, Osnet, thought there might have been a little more attacking, bearing in mind the ball is new, only 4 overs. In come Edwards in, outside the off stump, and driven straight to that fielder there at cover point, and there is no run. 19 for 1, but maybe they know a thing or two about the players that we don't know.
Yes, the new ball, I think the bowler here, Edwards, he's a guy who actually swings the ball back into the right-handers as well. So I guess that's the reason why we are seeing a man out at deep square leg for that delivery, maybe not a bit misdirected. But as you mentioned, it's still a relatively new ball and maybe a couple more slips.
Edwards in, wide outside the off stump, and 2 wide to attract any shot. And it is signal a wide by umpire Mokan. And it's now 20 for 1.
Yeah, just starting those deliveries a bit too wide there, Edwards, and the natural angle of the left armour. Just pushing it across the right-hander and too wide to find the over. So he would like to tidy up and close out the over in a more efficient way.
In he comes from the northern end. This one outside the off stump, and he slice that one. As I said, maybe they know a thing or two that we don't know. Outside the off stump, that one slice to the right of that sort of a deepish gully, away to the boundary for 4. But certainly they know what they're doing because the individual is set there. It's just a question of when to his right. And he had no chance, but certainly they know what they're doing. 23, 24 for 1. A good shot.
Yes, earlier in the over, he was offered a full toss and he actually picked out the man there at backward point. So it was good to see that he found the gap on this occasion. A good test to see how quick the outfield is after these rains, and a very good shot in the end.
right in the block hole and he defended well and there is no run. But strangely enough, Osnet, remember the last game here with Trinidad and Barbados? The left-hand fast bowler the northern end rather than the southern end where the breeze is going across. So it would have helped. So maybe the think tank. Because I certainly would have had the left-handed bowling from this end with the breeze that's going across to aid with that ball going away from the batsman. In he comes. Outside the off stump, flashing at that one, misses, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run, but certainly a loose shot there by player.
Palmer.
Palmer. Looking at the leaf here. By Palmer, he missed. Luckily for him, he didn't take an edge.
But Palmer is an attacking player. You will see him play his shots, as you saw all in the over, slashing that one outside the off stump. So that is something to look forward to from him.
This one on the leg stump, and he tucks this one out to backward square. He's going to get one. They're going to come back for a second. The return comes in on his body. On the back foot, he went and guided it to the right of square leg. Collect two more, 26 for the loss of one. But certainly, this is one of the problems we face with West Indian cricket. Especially the youngsters, they want to play shots and shots and shots and shots rather than graft an innings and try and bat out the overs. In. Good delivery this time, right on target, right on that middle stump. Defended well, and there is no run. 26-1.
Yes, it's all about being selective in whatever you're doing. At the top of the order, number 3 batter, opening batsman as well. You need to be selective with the deliveries you're playing at. We have seen at this venue, the new ball does come onto the bat a bit, so you can actually play your shots if the bowler gives you the opportunity. But what you don't want is to see is a careless stroke play. And so far in the tournament, a lot of teams have lost wicket in clusters, really.
Well, I saw that in the game over here on Tuesday. Lost a lot of the Trinidad innings. The Barbadian innings were tottering at one stage. I took a solid innings, sensible innings from the skipper from Barbados. And they pulled themselves out of the hole. Similar thing happened with the Trinidadians. Flighted, driven out to cover, no run. And they were in a hole and they never came out.
Yes, and it all boils down to spin as well. A lot of teams haven't played spin very well in the tournament so far.
So one flighted outside the off stump and driven past the man, a short extra cover. And that's Graves. He goes up to what, 2? Yeah, he goes up to 2. And it's 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. Leeward Islands batting here, having been inserted to bat by the Jamaicans. In. Look, my goodness, that one outside the leg stump. I think he was a bit fortunate to get away that wide, except it struck the pad.
I was about to say that. Maybe it touched something on its way through.
Flighty delivery, well defended there as well. Flighted, teasing him to come out on the front foot. And Palmer pushed at that one out to backward point, no run. In he comes. Back he goes and steers this one to the right of the man at backward point. They're going to get another single. 27 now for the loss of 1. 28 for the loss of 1. 28 for 1.
That's good cricket there from the Leeward Islands, just pushing the ball into gaps, and that's what you want to see a bit more of in terms of rotation of strike.
In. This one driven out to backward point, and there is no run. The end of the over, 28 for 1. How many overs has gone? 5, 6? 6 has gone. 28 for 1. Slow but steady start.
Yes, a steady start indeed. After losing that early wicket, building somewhat of a partnership here, these two, Graves and Palmer. We saw the power of Palmer in the last over. So he's someone who looked to take on the bowling. Graves is more in the mold of working the ball into gaps. So they should complement each other very well, and hopefully get a good partnership going here and put up a good 4 innings total here at the Silent playing field.
Yes, on this Silent playing field, the pitch over here, the square, doesn't lend itself to any big shots to get no 250. You have to try and graph your way to maybe 175. That will give you a lot of room to play with. This one on the back foot. Good line, defended well by Graves, and there is no run. 20-1. You have played a lot of cricket here, and you realize it's not easy as a pitch to bat, and you have to graft.
Definitely, and based on the scores we've seen so far in the tournament, Barbados making 152 in the first encounter over here, and in the not Barbados, sorry, yes, Barbados actually. Sorry, my bad. And then the second encounter they made 137, so not the type of totals that I'm sure the management of these teams will be happy with.
Back of a length, and he forces out to extra cover, no run. Go ahead.
Yes, I was saying not the type of totals that as a batting team you'll be comfortable with. So anything, as you mentioned, 175 to 200, maybe that's actually a very good score based on the wicket that we have seen prepared and the response for the spinners and just the general batsmanship in the tournament so far.
In from the northern end. This one on his legs, and he clipped this one away nicely. He's going close to the boundary. They have one. They're coming back for a second. On his legs there, and Graves. Palmer flicked that one away to the right of square, and he gets 2 more runs. But certainly, the bowler from this, the Edwards, certainly his line has been like stump.
Yeah, he's struggling quite a bit, bowling both sides of the wicket. We saw in the previous over some deliveries wide outside the off stump, and also on occasions he has bowled too straight, and Palmer's been able to just walk him into the gap for singles.
Good line, good length. Defended it quite nicely, no run. You see, it lends to what I said, to bowl from the opposite end. Because certainly once you can pitch it around that middle leg, it will cool down because of the breeze and create problems. But
the wind is always a factor here, Gunny, at the Sandy playing field. It's about adjusting to the wind. And the bowlers, they definitely have to do so if they had to get their lines and lengths correct on this wicket.
In this one, lovely shot. Back of a length, and he pivoted on one leg and carted it to square leg boundary for 4. A really, really good shot indeed.
Yes, classy there from Palmer. We saw quite a bit of him in the previous game. He looks the part, just needs to just bat longer, you know. Most of these players, we see them starting their innings well, looking quite comfortable and then giving it away. So hopefully from the Leeward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping that Palmer can just give them a big one today. He seemed to be comfortable with the pace and with the bowling, the current line that the bowler is bowling as well.
Yeah, his line is short, back of a length, and as a matter of fact, too short and being carted away, or too wide. In he comes, Edwards. This one outside the off stump, and injudicious shot there. Missed, taken cleanly by the keeper, no run, but certainly an injudicious shot. He could easily have lost his wicket.
Just as we were saying in terms of batting smart, there it is, you had a boundary on the previous delivery. On this occasion, looking to replicate that boundary as well. And it's really not called for at this point in time. You still have a lot of overs remaining. You have 39 overs remaining, actually. So a lot of time there. And you just don't want to give the fielding team a sniff, really. You're already building a very good partnership here. It's all about carrying on and building on this total.
You see, that's part of the problem we face in the Caribbean. Everybody wants to play shots. Everybody wants to graft and grind an innings and end up with 80 not out, 100 not out, that type of thing. Back he goes and forces it out to backward point, and there is none. A quick fire 30-40, and they're back in the pavilion, and they're happy.
Yes, and that's the problem. Those type of totals don't really affect the game in any way. You need a bigger totals than that, and we're seeing that even on the international stage. Our players satisfied with 40, 50. We need to be getting more hundreds, 150s.
And we need to see. Anyway, in Hines, back he goes and forces it out to extra cover, and there is no run. At this level, we need to see the youngsters steady and grind it out and get real big totals. But they love to play shots. He's driving again out to pass extra cover, out to wide long off. Another single sends the total up now to 35 for 1. And both batsmen look fairly comfortable except for the 1 or 2 injudicious shots from Palmer. Hines in. This one well flighted. Back to the bowler. No run. 35 for the loss of 1 as the Leeward Islands looking to build at the start that they have here. In. Back he goes, short of a length, forces it out to extra cover, no run, 35 for 1. And Graves is really and truly staying there and trying to stay as long as possible. Back he goes and cut that one between cover point and backward point. That's Palmer for 4. Short of a length, asked to be hit and hit it beautifully along the ground. Square on the offside for another boundary. And once these bowlers are offline, Palmer is not making a joke. He's trying to get boundaries.
I think that's a good thing we have seen from Palmer so far. He's prepared to put the bad deliveries away. Yes, they have played a few some unneeded shots, really. But on this occasion, a delivery short of a length outside the off stump. Hines pushing that one through a bit, and there was Palmer just punching it past backward point for another boundary.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. And it reminds me of the extra cover drive that he played earlier. Really wonderful shot it was. So he is prepared to take the fight for the Leeward Islands to the Jamaican bowling attack. Just he needs to cut out 1 or 2 of these injudicious shots and try and stay there for as long as possible.
Yes, just need to be selective in what he's doing, Palmer. We've seen that he has the power, really, to hit the ball to the boundary. Just need to see that selectiveness in terms of what deliveries he's going to hit. Maybe walking the ball into gaps a bit better.
Is there a change of bowling at the northern end? Appears to be a change of bowling. It's a little difficult to pick out the names, but we'll get the name in a while. The right arm medium from the northern end. Outside the off stump, and he stays on his back foot and forces it out to square cover point, and there is no run. 35 for 1, we're into over number 10. Over number 9, 35 for 1. Going at just around 4 and over, which is pretty good going in this situation here. As trying to identify the bowler. The ball now to Graves. Outside the off stump, and it's a wide. Outside the off stump, and they are guilty of bowling too many wides. And sometimes these things come back to haunt you at the end of the day with the totals. So another one, 36 for 1, and we certainly would have had Mead. We certainly would have had about 7 or 8 wides already. This is far too many in just a couple of overs. Mead in. This one driven. And driven nicely. Straight to the field, no run. 36 for the loss of 1. Leeward Islands have him inserted to bat here at the Sign Hill playing field. Rising Stars West Indies under 19 championship match. Of course, there are 2 other games being played. One at Annesville and the other one at Park Hill. Mead from the northern end. Outside the off stump, another injudicious shot. Fortunate that they didn't connect, because it's either 4 or an out. That's how I'm seeing it to them. Once the ball is just back of a length, they're trying to play forcing shots, and it's not really needed. They only need 9 over. Get on top of it and push it out in the big gap between square cover point and the extra cover and collect a comfortable single. Mead. Right arm over. This one, better line, better length. And he can only defend, and there is no run. 36 for the loss of 1. The game has been reduced to 46 overs as a result of rain. Lunch will be at 1:50, and then there'll be half an hour for lunch. The restart will be at 2:20. Close of play 5:34 p.m. 46 overs. 4 bowlers can bowl 9 and 110. Made in outside the off stump, and they guided this one to the man that sort of a deep gully, and the total remains 36 for 1. But certainly, sometimes you tend to wonder. 40. Sometimes you tend to wonder if some of our youngsters tend to look at the scoreboard to see where we are and do some quick maths. 40 for 1, 10 overs right away, and 4 and over. That quick maths. In. Outside off stump, and he's dropped. Injudicious shot outside the off stump, lifting, and he guided it straight into his hands, and he really should have taken it. But that's a symptomatic of the West Indies team. Sloppy feeling, sloppy catching, and certainly at this level, you ought to take those catches.
I think that's the left arm seamer there Edwards putting that one down. There's never an easy catch in the gully as such, but on that occasion it went directly to him really, to his strong hand as well. He's left-handed, and Graves been given a chance there on free. Score after 9 overs, 40 for the loss of 1. As we see the end of the first power play. So it's a steady start here from the Leeward Islands. Haven't really gotten away from the Jamaicans, but it's a good start. A run rate of just around 4 runs per over. We've seen Palmer looking quite confident in what he's doing. Justin Graves under a bit of pressure, free from 19 deliveries. Maybe that's why we've seen quite a bit of loose stroke play from him in the last over, feeling the pressure of the scoreboard. But batting is all about batting in partnerships. So Palmer on the other end, he's on 26 from 27 deliveries. So it's just a matter of Graves just walking the ball into gaps and giving Palmer some of the strike as well. As it will be Hines again from the southern end, and Palmer is walking this one to the man there at square leg. So Hines saw quite a bit of him last year in the 3-day tournament as well. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air, tends to push the ball through. I don't think he want to fly too many to Palmer. In the mood that Palmer is in, as he's hitting this one high. Is it high enough? Is it far enough? Yes, it is. So I was just about to mention that he doesn't want to fly too many of these deliveries to Palmer. And a very good shot there, Gunny.
Certainly, flighted, and he just opened up and lifted it nonchalantly over the man at long off. Recognizing the man at long off is on the bungle. He still went over his head.
Palmer seemed to be timing the ball very good this morning here at the Sandy playing field. He's getting used to the pace and whatever spin, he has been able to negate that so far. But as we mentioned, it's just about being selective. Monday at long off. It's interesting that he chose to challenge that man at long off. The wind as well is a factor here at the Sandy playing field. It was actually hitting into the wind, which made it an even better shot. You see Hines is coming back with some back of a lane deliveries, putting those through. I don't think we'll see anything flighted anytime soon. 46 for the loss of 1, the Leeward Islands, after being insulted by Jamaica. Another flighted delivery here, Palmer just pushing it out to cover. So 6 runs from that over. And at the end of the 10th over, the Leeward Islands, they're 46 for the loss of 1.
Yes, steady, and Palmer taking the attack to the Jamaican bowlers. But certainly a very brave man, to be honest with you. With the man right on the edge of the bunker, and he said he is confident that he would have cleared him, and he did. But at the end of the day, it was a good shot for 6. At the end of the day.
Yes, I think the only thing that was working against him is the wind, really. But luckily for him, he's actually hitting over long off. Maybe if he was going over long on, then the wind was more of a factor on that side of the ground. So hitting with the spin as well, from the left arm spinner Hines. So all in all, it was a good shot there from Palmer. Was showing good temperament so far. As we see Mead into his second over. Shortish delivery is walking this one nicely, Graves. Remember in the last over, he was dropped in the gully by Edwards. But that's a better shot, really. More in control on that occasion.
You're looking like a Larry Gomes type of player. Stay there and build around him. Whether you get 1 or 2 in the over is irrelevant. The main thing, he is there. You're not going to get his wicket that easily. That's exactly how I'm seeing it.
That's exactly what he needs to do at this point in time. Just give Palmer more of the strike. As Palmer is punching this one nicely again, past backward point for another single. So a bit of momentum coming into the Leeward Islands innings. Saw the 6 in the previous over, and at the start of this over from Mead, we've seen 2 singles. So walking the ball into gaps, that is going to be equally as important as hitting the boundaries.
Were you at the game where the Leeward Islands played already? What is the bowling attack like?
Well, they bowled well all year on. They got the Windwards in a bit of trouble in the first encounter. Windwards were able to recover though and score 200 for the loss of 8. They have a good bowling attack. They have the likes of Amory, some West Indies under 19 players, tall Amory. They have Mackenzie as well. And of course, they have Nathan Seeley, the left arm seamer. So quite a good bowling attack from the Leeward Islands. So they will need some runs on the board to give these bowlers something to actually bowl at. There's another wide signal there. So a bit of extras creeping into the Jamaican
scorer.
bowling
That's about
effort.
the 10th wide or something like that. It's quite a few wides have been bowled, you know.
So these wides really add to the pressure for the fielding team. Means that there's an extra delivery to be bowled. So Mead, right arm fast medium. Bowling to Graves. Graves is punching this one nicely. Should be able to get close to the boundary. The outfield is a bit sluggish. Both fielders, they're combining nicely. A bit of slack running as well. Maybe if they pushed a bit harder from the start, they could have had 3 runs.
Definitely. It was a good shot. Opened the face between the two fielders and he collected 2. Certainly, it should have been 3.
So 2 more runs added to the total. The 50 coming up as well for the Leeward Islands in the 11th over. So 51 for the loss of 1. Palmer is there looking positive. 33 from 34 deliveries. And Graves, not the same type of strike rate, but an equally important innings, 6 from 21. Mead again slashing this one outside the off stump. Graves. I think we saw a couple of those slashes in the previous over. So just as you were mentioning him being in the Larry Gomes mold, in terms of walking the ball into gaps. That's a wild slash, really. It's more of a get-out sort of shot there from Graves. Delivery is full and punching it back to the bowler.
You know, I tend to wonder, why is it all these shots, injudicious shots are being played when you're right on top of the arm bowling attack? There's really no need for it.
Yes, we mentioned a bit of momentum now into the Leeward Islands innings, and as you mentioned, Palmer scoring at a good rate. I think that's a better shot, really. Just waiting on the ball and just trying to guide it through the third man region. As we see another over being completed there. Now at the end of the 11th over, Leeward Islands, after being insulted by Jamaica here at the Sandhill playing field, they're 51 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a pretty good start, 51 for 1 after 11. Yes, and if you have to calculate this, try and aim for that 200 mark. Because the way they are going, they are playing some fine shots, but at the same time, they are playing a lot of injudicious shots too, and they can easily find themselves back in the pavilion. They need to temper what is happening around them out there. All they need to do is temper, sit there and bat, and bat, and bat.
Very much so, Gunny, as we see Hines start of his 6th over on a chart. So it's an interesting ploy from the Jamaican to start with spin, left arm spin. But I think what we've seen so far, the spinners bowling here at the Sandhill playing field, who have actually been successful, give the ball a little bit of air, and they've actually managed to get some tone off the wicket. Hines tend to be somebody who pushes the ball through a bit more. And on the few occasions he has actually flighted Palmer, depositing him over longer for 6.
But maybe you need to try it again, because you can't keep on hitting 6s. It's a question of when is he going to miss it, because the long off is right on the ropes.
It's a full toss. He's slicing this one. He's going to take a good catch here. And this one is well taken there by Mead. So it's a full toss. And Palmer would be very disappointed with that one. He was aiming somewhere in the vicinity of the Comanche box over here. But unfortunately for him, took the leading edge and a good catch there in the end from the fast bowler Mead. So Leeward Islands, Ryan Edwards, sorry. So Leeward Islands, they lose their 2nd wicket. The score now is 51 for the loss of 2 here at the Sandhill playing field.
Yes, and a welcome wicket as far as the Jamaicans are concerned, because these two, despite the injudicious shots that they've been playing, they look fairly steady. But if once they can cut out, or could have cut out some of these shots, they'll be batting still, because that ball really should have been deposited somewhere up where we are seated, to be very honest with you. But that is how the cookie crumbles. He got a gift and he didn't make use of it, and he's found his way back to the pavilion as the Leeward Islands, from that solid start, a little setback here, losing the second wicket, as Jamaica will be very comfortable having taken that second scalp.
Yes, a very dejected Palmer making his way back to the pavilion.
I mean, she got 32.
Yes. The new batter being Joel Andrew. Another one of these talented crop of youngsters that we have coming through the Caribbean. But somewhere along the line, the runs that he makes doesn't really reflect his talent. And that's something we see from a lot of these youngsters. They look very accomplished at the crease, but somehow not able to push on and give you those big scores that you're looking forward to as a team.
That is a regional problem. 33. That is a regional problem, hasn't it?
His first deliveries. Getting a bit of torn there. Hines beating the man there at Gully. No run. So 51 for the loss of 2, 11.4 overs completed. That's a very good breakthrough there from the Jamaican team.
Fortunate that full toss went into the air. Fortunate for the Jamaicans. But they're happy.
Yes, they'll take the wicket anyhow it comes, really. The partnership was getting a bit worrying. The partnership of 41 runs after losing that early wicket. This is all about starting again, these two, Graves and Andrew. As the 12th over comes to an end, it's at the end of it, the Leeward Islands, they are 51 for the loss of 2.
Yes, as it's in the rebuilding stage now. The Leeward Islands having just lost the aggressive Palmer, sorry. Aggressive Palmer is back in the pavilion. As a question of rebuilding and see exactly how they can go, probably within the next 10 overs, I would say, and see how far they can push the total without really losing a wicket.
This is going to be a key phase here. After losing Palmer, Palmer was one of the batters who would be able to score at a very quick rate. We mentioned Graves. He's on 6 from 24 deliveries, so he hasn't really got his innings going in terms of his scoring rate. But at least he's there still. And from the Leeward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping that he can stay there and anchor this innings, play the anchor role. As we see Mead into a new over. This one is walked down to fine leg for a single. I think umpire will signal a leg by. So one more added to the total, 52 for the loss of 2.
I think I can see the bowlers from the northern end struggling a bit. A lot of deliveries are going around that leg stump and outside leg stump rather than aim for the off stump because the wind. I don't think they have picked it up yet, the wind.
Definitely so. It's about getting used to the conditions. Different playing fields offer different challenges for different batters, different bowlers. It's all about who is able to adjust quicker. This one is outside the off stump, good carry. I think that's the thing with the Cyanide wicket though. It's a hard wicket to read really. Sometimes you see the pacers, a bit of inconsistent bounce. The pacers getting the deliveries going to at a very good height. And another delivery you might see bouncing before it reaches the wicket keeper.
Well, for us who live here, look at cricket here, we understand the situation with some inconsistent bounce here at the Cyanide playing field. But they don't know the Leeward Islands, the Jamaican. They really are unaware of the inconsistent bounce. Wow.
Just as we were saying, that delivery actually kept low. Well played in the end there from Andrew.
Well played. Kept real low. Had he been struck and certainly would have been back in the pavilion. He went right back. I believe it hit the toe end of the bat. Fortunate to survive.
So exactly what we were speaking about in terms of delivery. Some actually taking off and some keeping a bit low. So as a batter, you would feel that you're never completely in this type of wicket. It's just a matter of giving yourself the best opportunity to score runs. That is by actually staying there and fighting it out. This one is down the leg side. A wide signal by umpire. There's an appeal there by the wicketkeeper, maybe trying to distract umpire Mukan. His experience and didn't fall for that chop. So another one added to the total, 53 for the loss of 2 wickets. I'm actually thinking about when we'll see another spinner from the Jamaican team. Spinners have done very well on this wicket so far in the tournament. So I'm sure that another spinner shouldn't be too far away. We've seen Hines bowling with a new ball.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when they started their innings to see a spinner on that quickly. I was a bit surprised, but it's really their choice. Because 50 overs, a lot of overs, is not a 20-20 game as we see on our television. We tend to start with slow bowlers, spinners, if you want to call it that.
So I think maybe that has been the general ploy for them. Looking at the other games, I think he has actually started the bowling on those occasions as well. So maybe something from the management side in terms of their tactics, I'm sure, this tournament.
Maybe they have done their homework because it's not the first time the Jamaicans are playing here at Sand Hill. Over the past couple of years, they have played matches here. So I think once they recollect what happens here, they will have a very, very good idea as to how to operate on this type of pitch with the inconsistent bounce.
As Mead again bowls and Andrew is covering up nicely. I said he's a good-looking player when he's in full flow. Just like to see him just kick on and get that big total under his belt as this 13th over comes to an end. The end of it, 53 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, as the Jamaicans trying to rebuild following the loss of Palmer. But it's a very good over. They're about barring the wide, but they're about probing, looking for another wicket. So it's a sort of a watch and see situation here. Leeward Islands trying to ensure that the batters they steady as long as possible, and the Jamaican are probing to try and effect another breakthrough quickly.
Back to the issue of the left arm spinner, I just feel a little bit weird. Jamaica, they're known for their fast bowlers as well. So maybe we're kind of expecting to see 2 tearaway quicks at the start of the innings. Maybe for a Guyana team or a Trinidad and Tobago team, a spinner at the start of the innings might not be too much of a surprise for us. As Hines again, he's into his 7th over. 7 overs on the trot. Yeah. Figures of 2 for 19 so far.
But things are strange. Because we are seeing some things happening in the cricket field. You tend to wonder.
Graves is driving this one nicely out to deep extra cover for another single. A good punch there from him. Andrew, he's there. Faced 8 deliveries so far, so yet to get off the mark. So I'm wondering if the Jamaican team be mindful of that. Maybe get another player in the circle as we see the deep extra cover is coming in. So good captaincy. This one is driven straight to that man. So that's good captaincy there from the Jamaican captain bringing in that fielder. I realize that Andrew under a bit of pressure here, none from 9 deliveries. To be not from 10 deliveries so far.
The Jamaicans are tightening the screws because we had 2 very, very low overs, maybe just a wide in one of the overs.
It's a good delivery there, and he's caught behind. So just as we were mentioning, the captain bringing in the fielders, applying a bit more pressure, and Hines there getting his 3rd wicket. He has been very impressive so far, and Andrew there failed to trouble the scorers. It's now 54 for the loss of 3.
Yes, as I said, they are putting the pressure on to the Leeward Islands batters because Graves is not scoring. He's there trying to hold up one end. Their main run scorer, Palmer, has left the arena. And Andrew looking to settle in, got a nick, and he is on his way back to the pavilion. But certainly the pendulum seems to be swinging to Jamaica in the form of the spinner, Hines.
Yes, 3 wickets so far for Hines. And as we were mentioning earlier, wickets tend to fall in clusters here in this tournament. We've seen that after being very comfortable a couple of overs ago. Seen 2 quick wickets there, and I think Palmer is a big wicket, a big loss really. Yes, it's a big wicket for Jamaica and a big loss for the Leeward Islands because he was one player that was actually seemed to be comfortable with the bowling, and he was able to get the boundaries as well.
Yes. He, despite the 1 or 2 injudicious shots, he looked good, to be honest with you. He looked good, but it's a matter of tempering the big shots and try to stay there as long as possible. As I said, seemingly some of our youngsters, the batsmen, seems quite happy to come with 20, 30 and they're comfortable when they should be aiming for something much higher.
Definitely so, as we see Mead again, in the middle of a very good spell. Being able to hit the deck.
And they're really putting the pressure on the Leeward Islands team. You know, Mead has been bowling just back of a line there and forcing Graves, who is not really scoring or who is not really looking to score. So the more overs go on, it's easier for the Jamaicans because this is over number what, 14? 15, so they have dropped under the four per over.
Very much so. And Palmer and Graves were at the crease. We had a scoring rate above 4 runs per over, 4.5 at times, nearing that 5 mark. Unfortunately for the Leeward Islands, the scoring rate seemed to be on a downward spiral. But that is what happens when you lose wickets as well. The loss of wickets normally stifle the scoring rate.
You have to rebuild. I think that's what they're trying to do.
It's a good delivery there. Bit of pace, unfortunately for Mead, a bit misdirected. So not a wide, but once again a bit of lift here for Mead.
Exactly what we said, the inconsistent bounce. We saw one in the previous over, kept very low, and this one bounced, and the wicketkeeper had to take it head high. So it's not that easy. So I think that Graves is trying to see out this period for his team.
Yes, Mead seemed to be the type of bowler who is able to bend his back from time to time and just get a bit of a response from the wicket. Nice smooth action. This one is played nicely there from Graves. Should be able to come back for a second and possibly a third.
Should be 3.
A bit of sloppy running once again. We saw that evidence of that earlier. And they perhaps need to push the fielders a bit more.
You know, sometimes, Asnet, I wonder, over time, most of us are looking at cricket internationally. What it is that we are looking at and learn. I say that to say, look the way Netherlands run their runs. The Australians.
It's Mead again. This one is walked nicely again from Graves. Should be able to come back for second. No.
That's 2 runs.
Bit of indecisiveness there from the batters. You know, batter being calm. Bowen Tuckett.
So that brings into question the level of fitness. I think that is the problem. Because if you are really super fit, those 1 should be 2 and the 2 should be 3. Look at the Netherlands. We all saw it on our television. Look at the way the Australians run. They always tend to say run the first, run hard.
It's a big square here as well, Gunny. So it's a matter of running the first one hard and trying to put some pressure on the fielder. This one, Bowen Tuckett, I think he's the skipper as well. Coming in, he played in the tournament last year. He's a good player. Tends to put a price on his wicket. And he definitely need to put a price on his wicket here this morning for the Leeward Islands, if they are to really mount any sort of challenge in terms of putting up a challenging total for the Jamaicans to chase later on. So there's a man at slip, a man at gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a man at long leg. This delivery again down the leg side. I think if it's one criticism we can have of the Jamaican bowler so far is the number of extras they've actually given away.
Scorers is about 12 wide now, and there's a lot of wides that mean ball. If you could just check for me, please.
You have the opposition under pressure. You don't want to give them these free runs, really. This one is played nicely by Tuckett. He's off the mark. Play that one out to the man there at deep square leg. So 60 for the loss of 3. And 15 overs completed.
Yeah, they're back up now to 4.
Yes, exact 4 runs per over.
They're back up now to 4. So 60 for 3 of 15. Average of 4. Yeah, but I'm saying to you, too many wides. Scorer just, I sure it's about 12 to 15 wides. A lot of wides have been bowled. this help the Leeward Islands cause?
Definitely so. As we see Hines, he'll be bowling his 8th over. So his captain giving him another over, rightfully so. He's been the pick of the bowler so far,
Yeah, but
taking up all 3 wickets.
according to the instruction, 1 can bowl 10, 4 can bowl 9. So I believe he would go through with the 10, the way he's bowling.
Very much so. As Tuckett, he's just playing this one out to demand that backward point.
Yes, and just stepped away from the mic as Hines in, back he goes, defended, 2 short extra cover, and there is no run. 60 for the loss of 3, 60 for 3, went to over number 16. Leeward Islands have a minute to the battle by the Jamaicans as Hines left arm over, in, forward defensive, no addition to the total, and they are keeping the pressure on the Leeward Islands batsmen, and they're not making it life easy for them. They have to fight for their runs, so to speak. As Hines in, turns this one on the onside. They're going to get at least 2 here. 1. Well. Well, it's the first time you're seeing them actually take 2 when it really and truly are settled for 1, all because of a misfield. But certainly 2 was always on.
It's a good shot there from Tuckett. He's a busy player, and I'm sure he'll be looking to walk the ball into gaps and try and put back some pressure on the Jamaican fielders. So Hines, 7.4 overs, 3 for 22, 2 maidens. So he has been economical as well as penetrative. As we hear a bit of encouragement coming here from the Leeward Island players in the pavilion. I think their batters will need all the encouragement they can get as they seek to rebuild. This delivery short of a length, trying to walk that maybe a little bit squarer there, Tuckett. And it's the end of the over. And at the end of it, 16 overs completed. And it's 62 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, what I say is rebuilding phase, it's pretty slow. But there's good reason for the Leeward Islands to look to rebuild, while the Jamaican bowlers, more so in Hines, are prowling, looking for more wickets.
Prowling indeed. So Bowen Tuckett, he just came to the wicket. He's on 3 from 8 deliveries. We have Graves, he has been there for a while. He's on 10 from 32. So they'll be looking for these 2 to continue to just put the ball into gaps and walk, get the singles and 2s where necessary, but also being able to put away any bad deliveries that may come their way as well. As it's going to be Mead again from the northern end. 4 overs, none for 13 so far. Good spell from him. This is a good delivery on the line of the off stump.
For the most part, he's steady. He's there about, just steady. And every now and then, you're going to get a white from him. You know, how many whites you said? 9?
9, yes.
That's
9
a lot
whites
to
so
give
far.
away in limited over cricket. Over and a half, so to speak. And I rather suspect you will see more.
Very much so. We're into the 17th over, 9 whites already. So it's an area that they will want to improve on, the Jamaican team. He's slashing this one, not really timing it as well as he would like their Graves. He has attempted that shot on a number of occasions actually, without really getting any sort of benefit for it.
Sounds like the bat is cracked or something like that. That's what I've picked up.
Just not getting his time in there outside the off stump. Maybe getting a little bit flustered. 10 from 34 deliveries. No need to, as he's driving this one straight back to the bowler. Really no need to get flustered. They're still there. That's important. Can't score runs in the pavilion. It's about getting through this difficult period. He was also given a chance early as well. Fast bowler Ryan Edwards putting down a rather simple chance in the gully. It's Mead again. Short of a length delivery is riding this one straight to the man that backward point, and the return there hitting Bowen Tuckett. Maybe feeling that.
Unintentional.
Unintentional, I must say. So it was a ball played to the left of the man there at backward point. He went around and
The hustle for the single.
tried to hit the wicket, but unfortunately, Bowen Tuckett in his follow through. Captor one there.
But he is okay. There's no alarms. He is quite okay. So the Jamaicans have really kept things very, very tight from 51 for 1 to 63? 63 for the loss of 3. And certainly I put a lot of pressure on the Leeward Islands middle order batting. So at the moment, I would say it's even Stevens.
Yes, after a very good start from the Jamaicans, they had to endure a small partnership there between Palmer and Graves. And then they were able to effect 2 dismissals. So even Stevens, as you mentioned, this next 5 to 10 overs will be very critical in terms of the outcome of this match.
To both teams, because if Jamaica had to get another wicket or 2, and put them right on the back foot, if they had to see off another 10 overs this year by the 30th over, if they are somewhere around 100 for 3, they would say, well, we are coming out of the situation we were in.
Very much so. As the physio leaves the field, Bowen Tuckett seemed to be in good order. As Mead again comes in. It's a good delivery again, maybe staying a bit low. Again, that inconsistent bounce we spoke about. I think we're seeing it more so from that end. Gunny coming up as the 17th over is completed at the end of it.
We haven't really seen a seamer from the other end. What we have is Hines, who have started and is continuing. We haven't seen a seamer, but certainly from the northern end, going up to the southern end, there's definitely inconsistent bounce. There's no two ways about it.
There's actually one delivery remaining there by Mukan. Maybe miscalculated a little bit. So one more delivery remaining in the over from Mead. The music you're hearing there in the background is coming from one of our fetes. Remember, we're in the carnival season. As he's pulling this one nicely there, Bowen Tuckett should be able to get a boundary. Well played. 67 for the loss of 3.
Yes, he eased the pressure there. He went short of a length. There's no real pace in the pitch. And Tuckett just waited on it and just carted it to the boundary for 4. A good shot, picking it up, short, bouncing. And Tuckett said, thank you very much.
That's well played there by Tuckett. That will give him some confidence at the start of his innings here. But as I was mentioning, you'll hear a little bit of background music. We're into a carnival season here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we're in the last lap, as they would say. This is the last weekend before our festivities. So I think we have the Soca Monarch show tonight. We have Juve tomorrow morning. Well, Sunday night, actually, sorry. Maybe my lack of attendance is affecting me in terms of recording these events. But if you're still out there, maybe overseas and still undecisive, you can still book a ticket and come and enjoy some of the mass and festivities. Mr. Hines, I don't know if you'll be there.
I'm not really a carnival man, but I do enjoy the music. And to be honest, I am a little disappointed with this type of music that they're coming out with 2023.
As we see Hines into his 9th over. It's one a bit of turn and bounce there. Graves playing it well in the end. So Hines, every now and then he's able to produce a sort of a wicket-taking delivery and really trouble the batters. It must be said that most of the spinners that we have seen here at Sand Hill, they have troubled the batters from time to time.
Patience is the key word. And they haven't exhibited that patience level to be able to cope with the situation. Yes, it's up and down. You have to stay there and try and bat as long as possible.
This one again, another good delivery, back off a length. Just punching that one back up to the bowler. 67 for the loss of 3. Remember earlier Jamaica, they won the toss and elected to field first. As Graves is walking this one to the man there at backward point. There's no run there. Would have been suicidal. So another tight over there from Hines, getting through his overs very quickly as well. So one delivery remaining. He's flighting this one nicely outside the off. Some well bowled there by Hines. A maiden over. So at the end of it, at the end of the 18th over, the Leeward Islands, they are 67 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and the pressure continues to mount on the Leeward Islands batsmen. We saw a boundary hit struck a while ago, but certainly need a few more of those to ease the pressure on their batting lineup. And Jamaica continue to probe with the spinner in Hines, and it appears to be a bowling change, but we are yet to see a seamer from the southern end. We really don't know. And we can't say with any degree of certainty how the pitch is going to play to a seamer from the southern end. We haven't seen any seamer from that end.
As we see, the new bowler being Michael Clark, sporting number 77 on his back.
Not the Australian.
Not the Australian Michael Clark. It's the Jamaican Michael Clark. Seem to be another seaming option. Bowling to Bowen Tuckett. Is there on 7 from 10 deliveries. Graves, he's been there for a while, 11 from 42.
Yes, he's definitely been there for a while. He has become the anchor for the innings.
So the field is quite spread. A man at third man, a man at fine leg, backward point, a man there at cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a man at square leg. A short of a length delivery there from Clark. A short man, maybe a bit of skiddiness in terms of his bowling. Doesn't have the longest of run-ups. Be interesting to see how he goes from here. Short delivery, he's punching this one officially. Timing it as well as he would like there. Bowen Tuckett just evading one of those men that are stationed there in the covers. So he gets another single, 68 for the loss of 3.
Where are all the fast bowlers gone?
That's a very good question. As we see Clark, not in the fast bowlers mold, we would say. Short man, just chattels in really. Any sort of momentum to the crease. It's bowling this one, played that nicely there, Graves. Running the one.
Very sensible, open the face and collect a single. So they actually trying to ease the pressure with these singles, and certainly a good ploy.
They should be able to get some singles, especially down to third man, fine leg. The slip cordon is no longer existent at this point in time.
The Jamaican captain is definitely on the defense.
This one again. We see a bit of rain really, and in the direction from which the rain normally comes from. Bit of a dark cloud. So, Gunny, you're more familiar with the weather conditions down here. What do you think?
What we're having is a light drizzle. That's what we're having. Whether or not they will stop play, I'm not too sure. Definitely, I'm feeling it on my skin. A light drizzle.
Let's hope that's all it is, as drizzle. Definitely would not want another break in play here.
Some of the ground staff, they have already put on their coats.
As Tuckett, Bowen Tuckett, pushing this one back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 19 overs completed. Leeward Islands, they are 69 for the loss of 3.
Yes, I want to tell you, we are going to have a stoppage. As I look at the back to my left, you can see it coming over that hill there around that villa area. Definitely we're going to have a stoppage. There's no ifs and there's no buts.
As you see, the ground staff a bit busy.
Call it now. You see, lack of local knowledge. You should call the covers right now, because it's definitely right on top of us.
Very much so, coming down a bit quicker at this point in time. The ground staff a bit unprepared at this time.
They're unprepared. Ow.
The shower getting a bit heavier.
Well, as I said to you, you have to expect these stoppages. apparently this one seems to have caught the groundsman napping.
Napping indeed. So it's going to be a break in play here at the Sandhill playing field. The Leeward Islands, they're 69 for the loss of 3, 19 overs completed. We have Bowen Tuckett, the captain. He's there on 8 from 15. And we have Michael Graves, 12 from 43.
I think the game is interestingly poised. At 69 for 3, whereby Tuckett and Graves are looking to rebuild from having lost those 2 quick wickets, having lost an early wicket, then they lost 2 around 51, 52. So they are trying to rebuild, and this type of break here only helps the fielding team. The batsmen have to start all over again once there's a stoppage like this.
Very
Seem
much
to be
so.
a little heavier than anything else. So maybe we'll have to move from here and ask him to cut off.
So what we'll do now, we'll take a short break. I will be back with you when play resumes.
Welcome back to the Sign Hill playing field. That drizzle that lasted for what? About 35 minutes. And the players are making their way back out onto the field of play. That kind of a weather, we're having a little bit of rain and the sun and the rain. So we've had 2 interruptions so far in the Leeward Islands innings. And at the moment they are 69 for 3, right? From 19 overs, 69 for 3. We'll start at 12:30 according to the information from the umpires. Lunch is between 2:12 and 2:40, 2:30 minutes. They close the play 5:35, 41 overs. 4 bowlers allow 8 and 1 9. But I suppose Paul has finished his 9.
Hines,
yes. I think he has finished his 9. Yeah. So we have to find bowlers now to see how quickly they can get through this innings. Because I rather suspect we might get another shower somewhere this afternoon. The way the weather is set up. So 69 for 3. The other interruption was 60 for 3. Now it's 69 for 3. As we look now at Jamaicans will continue the attack. And they have what? An hour. And an hour and 22 minutes to get in the rest of the overs.
It's good afternoon again, Gunny, and to all our viewers. Welcome back. It's good to see that we have some cricket here at the Sign Hill playing field again once more. After that shower. Sun has been playing games with us all morning, but hopefully it remains like this and we could have a full match. Well, not full really, but we could have no further reduction of overs, right?
But I rather suspect we're going to have it, We look around, you can see the dark clouds hanging around. But those very heavy clouds that we saw in the Grenadines area, Beckwith, they have gone. So at least that's a positive sign that has gone. The problem we have here is looking to the left over that area, the Villa area up inside there, So we just keep our fingers crossed that there will be no interruptions.
Yes, and you mentioned that these interruptions will definitely affect the batting team because it's a loss of momentum. It means that you have to start all over again. So they definitely would have to reassess having the reduction of overs now as we see Redwood, the new bowler, appears to be a leg spinner. I think you yourself gone in a bit about leg spin.
The thing about it, the team that is batting second in reduced games always have the advantage because the fielding team know their target.
Definitely so. So 41.
You have to ask yourself, how much is enough when you're batting close? You don't know. When you're batting second, yes, you will know, yes, that is the total, whatever it is.
So a good start by Redwood. A leg spinner, number 10, sprouting on his back. He's been able to just land those 2 deliveries in the right area so far. It's always good to see leg spinners. There's a shortage of leg spinners worldwide, really, in terms of international. This one is walked. Bit of a lead in there, a chance for run out. A direct hit there from Edwards. May have been interesting there for the captain there, Bowen Tuckett. So 70 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Interesting ploy. They're using the spinners from the southern end and the seamers from the northern end. Interesting ploy. Maybe they know what we don't know.
It's all about the type of bowler and the matchup, really, as they would say. We saw in the previous encounters the most successful spinner actually bowling from the northern end. Right? The likes of Court Murray in the last game actually took up 5 wickets from the northern end. So maybe that's something the captain and the coach and the management team would look into as the first over comes to an end there from the bowler there, Redwood. And the score here at the Sinai playing field, it's 70 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and it's not a criticism of the bowlers or their tactics. It's just the way that the management team of the Jamaican under 19 is seeing it. But we, with our local knowledge, know something a little different here. Because, as I said, strange to see the spinner from that end and the seamers from the opposite end. Yes, there are some inconsistent bungs bowling from the northern end. Yes, there is. But we don't know what is going to happen from the southern end.
So the Jamaican team really peppering that end with the spinners, as you could say. And it's going to be Michael Clark. Yes, he'll take up back proceedings from the northern end. He's bowled 1 over so far, none for 2. This delivery is outside the off stump, dying on its way to the wicket keeper. Umpire Mukan there, out of Guyana, signaling wide. So 1 more extra added to the total. I mentioned earlier there's been quite a few extras, especially wides, offered up to the Leeward Island batters. As Bowen Tucker is playing that one nicely. Have a chance for 2 here, I think. They should be able to come back comfortably in the end. That's the type of running we were speaking about earlier that is needed. Just to put that added pressure on the fielding team.
That makes a lot of sense. What made a lot of sense. 2 runs was on, and once you run the first one quickly, the second one becomes easy. And that was good running.
So Bowen Tuckett, he has been quite busy since he came to the crease, getting the ball into the gaps. Graves, he's been there from the start. 12 from 47 deliveries. So he'll just want to continue just batting. This one again is played nicely past the man there at backward point. So that is definitely a shot that we have seen quite a bit of from Bowen Tuckett. Just opening the face of the bat and getting himself a single really in the region of gully to third man.
Don't you think it made me wiser to pull in the third man now to shortish third man to stop that single? But they're not hitting it per se to say, well, it'll race to the boundary. So I think it might be more prudent to bring it towards bringing the third man in to a kind of a gully and stop the singles.
I don't think Clark actually has the pace as well too, so that position really is definitely a position you might want to plug. Another wide down the leg side. Yes, I was saying he doesn't seem to have the pace of the other seamers that we have seen so far. So that shot is definitely an easy shot really for these 2 batters, just guiding it in that region. So maybe another fielder there might be an option, as he's flaying at that one outside the off stump, and he actually went in that vicinity where we spoke about in terms of a short third man. Maybe if he was on the circle there, the third man, it would have been a regulation catch really. So 1 more added to the total, 76 for the loss of 3. Leeward Islands looking to get back some of that momentum into their batting innings. He's driving this one nicely to Bowen Tuckett for another single. And
you see, what I observed with the Netherlands team in the qualifiers, some of the bowlers had paper in their pocket, you know, guiding them from the coach.
This one is shortish. Graves there. Feel like he missed out really. It was a short and wide delivery, and the fielder was up in the circle in the offside there. Anything over that man definitely would have had himself a boundary. But such has been his timing really throughout this innings. Never really got his timing right, Graves.
Yes, I'm quite certain you remember the Netherlands bowlers. Each and every one of them had a paper in their pocket as to what is to be done. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing illegal. You know, so when you have youngsters on their charge, I don't think there's anything wrong giving them a paper and, you know, sort of guiding them. Talking is one thing, you know, but sometimes they do forget. Sometimes. Remember, they don't have that type of experience. So it's really and truly a question of giving them a paper and showing them ABC.
Good point. Especially at this level, they're still in their learning phase, really. They're not the finished article. So they definitely need all the help that they can actually get. As we see Redwood continue from that southern end and a flighty delivery there. Punching that one out to the man there at cover. There's no run there from Graves. So it's a short of a lane delivery. Just punching that one. Well, stopped in the end. A bit unorthodox. But I think Hines there, they feel that they're at backward point.
Effective stop.
Effective indeed. Save this team a couple of runs. The score moves on to 79 for the loss of 3. Captain in strike now. He's walking this one nicely, Bowen Tuckett. I'm actually impressed with Bowen Tuckett since he came to the crease. He's been prepared to walk the ball into the gaps and walk and run hard really. And actually leading from the front as a captain, that is something you need to do. So hopefully that can filter through to his batting partner there in the form of Graves. Has actually struggled to really walk the ball into the gaps as he drives this one nicely there. Good timing, should be able to get a boundary here. Yes, a lovely shot there from Graves. His best shot so far in this innings.
Yeah, definitely, and that's his first boundary since he's been there since morning. But it's a welcome boundary by the Leeward Islands in terms of Graves. A flighted leg spinner. He waited in it and just carted it between cover and backward point. Good shot.
This one is outside the off stump again. He's going back and cutting it. So maybe getting a bit of confidence now into his batting. We saw him during the rain break. Mentioned to him maybe he needs to bat as much as possible, much of these remaining overs. Was quite cognizant of that. I think the good thing about that previous shot though, is he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just came onto the front foot and stroked it really. It's good to see the outfield may have quickened up a bit, especially on that side. As Bowen again doing what he has done so far in this innings, just walking the ball into the gaps for another single. So it's the end of that over from Redwood. At the end of it, the Leeward Islands, after being sent into bat by Jamaica here at Sinai Plainfield, they are now 86 for the loss of 3 wickets.
From how many overs? 20...
22 overs completed.
20, just under the 4. They're sort of keeping in tab with it, just under the 4. I think 175 will pose some problems out there for Jamaica.
Yes, they've been able to maintain a sort of scoring rate around 4 runs per over. When Palmer was there, it was actually closer to 5, but his dismissal, as I mentioned, would have dented the scoring rate to some extent. But thankfully, for the Leeward Islands, they've been able to walk the ball so far, walk the ball into gaps so far in this partnership. Bowen Tuckett just found the middle of the bat on most occasions, and we're seeing Graves just coming into his own in the last couple of overs. So good signs here again from the Leeward Islands. Jamaica will be looking to just effect another breakthrough and set them back further. As Bowen Tuckett is driving this one nicely, should be able to come back for a second. They'll get it comfortably in the end. 2 more added to the total, 88 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, very nice shot. They're opening the face between cover point and cover for a couple. And certainly the Leeward Islands are not daunted since the resumption from the rain. And they're actually being very, very positive in terms of running between the wickets.
It's Clark again. He's driving this one again, a bit officially this time. Maybe that lack of pace on that delivery. Yes, Gunny, we were speaking about the fact that the interruptions might upshot the flow of the batters, but that hasn't really manifested itself so far in terms of the Leeward Islands.
It seems as if they were there all morning. It hasn't disturbed them, period.
This one is cutting this one. Not beating the man there at extra cover. But another single again for Bowen Tuckett. He moves on to 18 from 27 deliveries so far. Graves at the other end is on 20 from 53. It's now 89 for the loss of 3 wickets, Leeward Islands. It's Clark again. He's playing this one nicely there, Graves. Should be able to come back for a second. So just finding his timing a bit more since the break, Graves.
Yes, and he's looking more secure since the break. He's actually getting on top of these deliveries and pushing away for 1 and 2s and keep the Jamaican bowlers at bay. Certainly very, very slow this morning, but he has improved significantly since the water break. And it's a good sign for the Leewards.
Good sign indeed. This delivery is just walking it out to the man there at mid-on. The Jamaican bowlers, on the other hand, they haven't really hit their straps really since the break. A bit of loose deliveries on offer. As we see the end of another over, 23 overs completed. Leeward Islands, they are 91 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Just under the 4 mark. But they can easily say just under the 4 mark in terms of average. So if they have to continue to go up to the 41 overs, it could very well get a total of about 175.
Let's remember we had a couple of interruptions, so 41 overs the match has been reduced to. Captain Bowen took it there. Maybe just asking for a change of gloves. Maybe a little message coming from the dressing room as well.
That is good thinking.
Just encouraging them to just do what they've been doing really since the break.
Continue the flow and just keep getting the 5 and 6 overs without any rash shots.
As we see Redwood again, a full toss this time, and he's punching that one nicely down to long off there. And Bowen took it. He's a short man, but just seemed to be a type of busy player, the type of player that you would need, that is ideal in this type of situation. Not looking for any rash shots, any big shots as such, just putting the ball into gaps, and has been able to pick up his 1s and his 2s. He's driving this one again. Bit of a misfield there. So Graves, another single added to his tally. 93 for 1. The Jamaican team looking a bit flat at the moment.
Yes, definitely. The singles and the rotation they strike is giving them problems.
Tuckett again is driving this one out to the man there at mid-off. And what these singles do to the bowler is that it just offset their rhythm really. I was listening to Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, and he was saying he never liked singles. He never liked batters getting singles from his bowling because he wanted to bowl at this one batter so he can formulate and execute his plans effectively.
That makes a lot of sense.
Flighted there from Redwood.
Nothing worries a bowler more than these singles. It's kind of get to you, so to speak, because you have to keep changing your line to the different batter regularly.
Looking to hit that one through the offside. There was Graves. Not really timing it as well. Maybe trying to overhit on that occasion. That is in contrary to the Bongwe hit of the last over, where he was able to just caress it really through the offside. On this occasion, winding up to hit it a bit too hard there and losing his shape. That's Redwood it is. It's a better length. It's back of a length. And another over comes to an end. At the end of the 24th, the Leeward Islands, they are 94 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, what is happening? Redwood is not really troubling the batsmen. They are taking off 4 and 5 for over. And this is exactly what they need. So the Jamaican captain needs to look at the situation and try and effect a bowling change, because they're getting the runs quite comfortable. Not no big set of boundaries, the 1s and the 2s, and it all adds up. As I said to you, at the end of the day, the way they are going, 175 could be a very challenging total out there. Right, so from the northern end, it's Clark. No, there's a change in bowling. Edwards, there's a change in bowling.
So the left arm seamer, he's back into the attack.
As I said, strange, they're bowling the seamers from one end. They're not troubling the southern end. But they have to know what they're doing.
He's slashing at this one there, Bowen Tuckett. Should be able to get a boundary there. So another boundary there to add to his tally. Not the most convincing shot, Gunny, but in the end, it was value for his money.
At the end of the day, it's another boundary in the scorecard. So yes, there was no chance, anything. He just slashed at it, took the outer face of the bat, and it ran close to the left of deep third man for boundary. Welcome boundary by the Leeward Islands.
So this partnership continues to soldier on. Short delivery and Tuckett just swiveling on that one and getting it down to fine leg for another single. So the runs really flowing here after that rain break. So 99 it is for free, Leeward Islands.
Certainly, the scoreboard is ticking, the ones and the twos and the occasional boundary. So they are ticking.
Bit of an inside edge there. The umpire Mukande not making a signal.
But strange enough, the individual there at square gully, if you want to call it that, he should have made a better effort in terms of getting closer to that ball in terms of looking to take the catch. Because certainly we heard the double nick here, and he was flat-footed.
I think he was more concerned about the LBW decision. They really made no effort to try and effect a catch there. So
got to be in the P's and the Q's when you're out there, especially when you see two batsmen. Yes, they're not, the scoreboard not really running away, but they're taking it over quite nicely. Ones and twos at the end of it, the last 4, 5, 6 overs, they're going at 5 and 6 per over.
It's the 100 coming up there for the Leeward Islands. Projected total of 167 if they continue at this rate. My guess is that they will want to maybe maintain this rate, Gunny, for the next 5 or so overs and then reassess if they haven't lost another wicket. And if we see Bowen Tuckett still there, he has been busy from the start. I'm sure they'll be looking to push on that rate a bit more.
So what do you think the management of the team would deploy of bowling the seamers from another end and none from this other end? What do you think the ploy can be, could have been?
It's a strange one, really. As you mentioned, the spinners, they've been quite prepared to use the spinners from the opposite end, while the seamers were bowling from this end. I actually think maybe they should have tried Edwards. He bowled a spell before from that end. They didn't really look overly threatening in any case. Maybe a change of end sometimes can actually help the bowler. But as you mentioned, it's something interesting we could talk to maybe the management between the break and
I'm not going to get involved with the management. They haven't made their decision. We're just going to say what we see. It's just these observations.
So it's the end of the 25th over. At the end of it, Leeward Islands 101 for the loss of 3 after being insulted by the Jamaicans here at the Sandhill playing field. You have Bowen Tuckett, he's there on 25 from 33. And we have Graves, the number 3 batter. He's been there for a while. He's on 24 from 60 deliveries. A partnership so far 43 runs between these two. As we welcome into the commentary box for the first time today, Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, good morning to you. Good afternoon, actually.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the viewers out there. Just coming into the box. And the sun is out for now. It's been a on and off day so far. And I checked the weather this morning. It said that we're going to have a few scattered showers. And it lived up to the name.
As we have Redwood continuing from the southern end. An appeal there against Graves. Umpire not obliging. So we're into the 26th over. 101 for the loss of 3. A run rate of just 4.04 actually. So it's been steady, not overly expressive.
Well, that's what's been happening, especially here at Sandhill. Hardly any team, run away with the score because of the surface that they're playing on. It's been up and down, and it's been on the slower side. And the spinners, whenever they come to bowl, they just, as long as they hit their areas, it's a bit difficult to get away. So I guess over on this surface, you have to really play smart.
All 3 wickets so far falling to the spinner Alex Hines, son of Waverly Hines, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, indeed. So
Cricket is in the blood here.
it's Bowen Tuckett again, goes back, trying to punch that one through the offside. So 25 from 34. He's been very busy. Been impressed with his batting so far. He's been able to walk the ball into the gaps. Hasn't been bogged down as such. And the Leeward Islands will be hoping that he can bat for a long period of time. He's driving this one nicely up to the man there long off for another single, 102 for the loss of 3.
For some reason, when I came in and I saw this guy out there batting, I was like, is Kavem Hodge rolling back his years, or he taking off some age? Because he looks a lot like Kavem Hodge. The way he plays, you know, how he drives the ball, his mannerism, everything very close to Kavem Hodge. So I don't know if there's some connection there, or Kavem Hodge is probably one of his favorite players.
As another over comes to an end, the 26th. And the Leeward Islands, they're 103 for the loss of 3. Remember, this game has been reduced to 41 overs per side. So still a further 15 overs remaining. Projected total 162 if they continue at this rate. If they score 162, that will actually be the highest total that has been scored on this wicket in this tournament so far.
To be honest with you, the fact that the weather is all wrong, and when I checked the weather this morning, I realized that we have rain for the weekend, but nobody isn't studying that because of the festival. Nobody don't care about rain anymore. They say cricket stop rain, but rain won't stop the party. You know, so
this one is cut straight to the man there at backward point. I think it's Beckford. So it was a shortish delivery there outside the off stump, just when we were praising Bowen Tuckett in terms of how well he has been playing. He basically gives that one to the Jamaican team, trying to cut that one really. And he played it in the air, and a good diving catch there from Beckford. So the Leeward Islands, they lose their 4th wicket. It's now 103 for the loss of 4.
As of today, Asnet, I'm not going to say anything about any player again. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm signing off. On that, I will not say anything about any player, because as soon as I speak, I mean, it's about 4 times now I've been liking a player, and then, you know, they give their wicket away. I mean, I like it, this player. He looks good. I've been watching him even before I stepped into the commentary booth. He looks good. He plays well, and I like it because he looks a lot like a colleague of mine. We played CPL together, CCC together. We played Windwards together. Kavem Hodge, so he looks a good player. Still not gonna say anything about him, because I think he's one that can grow, and somebody that West Indies, you know, could look into, as long as he start to put some runs on the board, because that's what you need. But as you said, 162 on this surface. It's not anything far-fetched, but it calls for smart cricket, because this surface is not the easiest surface to start on, especially if you have to start while a spinner is bowling.
Very well said. 137 proved to be a little bit difficult for the Windward Islands in the previous encounter. Remember, they lost 6 wickets in chasing on a total against Barbados. So the 162 would definitely be in the area that the Leewards are looking towards. 162 and beyond, I believe. So that's a good breakthrough there from the Jamaican team. They were getting a bit flat. That partnership was growing. It was getting worrying for them. As the new batter, Drew, is that DeAndre Drew? I'm hoping I got that pronunciation correct. This delivery is down the leg side there from Edwards, a wide. If it's one thing about the bowling performance, so far it's been the inclusion of the extras really from the Jamaican team. There's bowled quite a few wides in this innings. not the best of start against the new batter. You want to test the batter really, bowl in the right areas. This one is outside the off stump this time. Batter there leaving that one outside the off stump to go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. So it was a good breakthrough there from the Jamaican team. The Leeward Islands, they will have to recuperate again. So 13 extras so far in this innings. Really adds to the total, really.
Well, 13 extras, that's like bowling an extra 2 overs. So the Jamaican team here, they're bowling actually 43 overs. They're bowling 43 overs because that's now 14 extras. And yes, they're in the learning stage, but I want to see these guys learn faster than that. I mean, you don't want, other countries left us behind. You know what I mean? We want, when we get to that other level, that we're ready for that level and not waiting on a coach to tell us what we need to do and how we're supposed to do it. We should know already what we need to do and how we're supposed to do it when we get to that stage. So this stage, I think, should be the stage whereby your transition should be easy. The learning stage should be at the under 15 level. At this point, coaches is supposed to just harness that talent and make it better, getting it ready for the international level.
You see another wide again there from Edward. And that point is a good point you make in terms of, at this level, yes, they're not the finished article as yet. But what we want to see from these youngsters are incremental improvements in whatever they're doing, whether batting, bowling, fielding. As long as they seek to improve, that's all we ask for. This one again is down the leg side, so he's really struggling here, Edward. Maybe that angle around the wicket really taking these deliveries down the leg side.
And for some reason, he's bowling over the wicket. He's bowling over the wicket. He has a fine leg. He has backward square, which is kind of weird because there's not enough pace to say if you're bowling short, the ball is gonna go there. With no mid wicket on the boundary, with that field, you're supposed to be bowling on the off stump and not bowling too straight. To me, I'm thinking he's trying to bowl on stump or targeting somewhat of a leg stump area whereby he's probably looking to get LBW or bowling him down or something like that. Because at the end of the day, with the field that he has presently, he has a field to bowl on the off stump, but then he's going on the leg side ever so often.
Yes, just oaring in line and length here so far. He's driving this one nice. A nice looking shot there from Drew. Straight to the man there at mid-off. As we see, 107 for the loss of 4. Leeward Islands. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. It's been a rather long over from Edwards. Quite a few wides.
With us passing through the rainy season, we're in the midst of our rainy season here in the Caribbean. Do you think any of our games will have a full quota when it comes to this under-19 tournament, especially here in Sand Hill? In Annisville is fine. It's probably one of the fastest drying surfaces in the Caribbean. When it comes to cricket, rain will fall now 15 minutes to half an hour. After that, you can play cricket in Annisville. But this is not a prime ground in St. Vincent. So this ground will not be taken care of like Annisville. It's not a surface like Annisville. Do you think if rain come here on a consistent basis, we'll ever have a full 50 over match?
Well, it's hard to tell really. As you mentioned, we're in our rainy season here. And so far in the tournament, all of the matches here played at the, barring the last one really, the other 2 matches that have been shortened due to the rain and the nature of the outfield, not the best draining ground as you mentioned here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But we'll be hoping that the weather stays away and we could have bright sunshine for the remainder of the tournament, and we could see some good cricket as well on display.
Well, to be honest with you, we've been seeing some good cricket, and we've been seeing some, some very average cricket. You know what I mean? But still, as we said earlier, we want to see them be better, but we still want to see more of a smarter cricket be implemented into their game going forward. As the tournament progress, I guess we would see better cricket. They will be more comfortable playing in this tournament with one another. So I guess as the tournament progress, they would get better. So I don't want to bash anyone. Something you will never hear from me. But we've seen good cricket in patches, and yes, we've seen bad cricket as well.
Very much so. As we see Redwood coming in again. He's into his 5th over, none for 15. So a rather economical spell so far, but he would definitely want to get a breakthrough for his captain, being a leg spinner as well. You've seen the work of the spinners on his surface. So he will definitely want to put his name in the hat as it relates to the wickets.
I'm being honest with you, as a professional player,
He's hitting this one back to the bowler. Soft dismissal there from Drew. So just as we were saying, the Jamaican bowler here, Redwood, will be looking to add something to that 4th column. Was a flighty delivery there. And Drew just into the shot a bit too early and presenting a very easy return catch there for Redwood. So the Leeward Islands, they lose their 5th wicket. It's 109 for the loss of 5.
Very, very easy for Redwood. I'm wondering if he's a cousin of Blackwood. We've seen Blackwood out of Jamaica. Now we're seeing Redwood. Do you think we might see probably a Greenwood down the road? Not sure.
The only Greenwood I know is Mason Greenwood, the
Oh.
Manchester United striker.
Oh.
But he's from England.
We've seen some funny titles throughout. I've seen some funny titles throughout my cricket career. Don't take me wrong, viewers, but some funny titles. We've seen side Batham, Greenwood, Blackwood. Some very rare titles. Not the traditional one that we'll have in the Caribbean, like the Williams, the Fredericks, the Charles, the Sammies, and stuff like that.
As the new batter makes his way to the wicket, it's Nathan Edward. It's a traditional title in this
That's more
case.
traditional, Edwards. It is.
So Nathan Edward, the West Indies under 19 all-rounder. We'll be looking to bring some of that experience that he has to the forefront here and try to build a partnership here with Graves. Graves has been there for a while. He's on 26 from 64 deliveries. So he should be comfortable with conditions out there now.
I could remember 2 years ago when Scott Kugelheim came down to play for St. Lucia. Everybody had issues with saying Scott Kugelheim. So Fletcher used to just shout him and just say Scott Kugelglue because he couldn't say Scott Kugelheim. Myself, I couldn't say Scott Kugelheim. But respect to him wherever he is. He's a fantastic bowler out of New Zealand. Shout out to you, Scott. I can say Scott Kugelheim now and not Scott Kugelglue.
Challenging your tongue in every way as Redwood continues. It's a good delivery there. Edward is going back and playing that one up the pitch. So another partnership is needed here for both of these batters. Leeward Islands just losing their way a bit. Loss of a couple quick wickets here, setting them back.
I think with West Indies losing their way a bit when it comes to leg spinners in the Caribbean, I think there's a need for a leg spinning camp in the Caribbean. Because I think we lost our way in terms of every single T20 team in the world or one-day team in the world have that mystery spinner. We don't have that, and that's something I think we need. I think that's something that we need to work on. I think when we spot a good leg spinner, especially in this Rising Star tournament, we should say, you know what, let's grab this guy. Let's make him into something. As long as he have that little edge, because when you look at Sri Lanka, they have Tikshana,
Hasaranga.
they have Hasaranga. You go to India, they have not really much of a mystery, but they have very, very good spinners in Chahal, Jadeja, and these guys.
As we see Clark, Michael Clark, an Australian type name, seeing that we were speaking about names earlier.
Yes. Very, very, very normal. Clark. But as I was saying, when we look at teams like Afghanistan, Afghanistan can say, you know what, take two here, take two there. They have so many. They have so many, as another wide being bowled there, as we've been saying, consistency. So
Well, in this tournament, we have I've seen quite a few leg spinners on show. We have Vishan Singh there from Trinidad and Tobago. We have Mackenzie. You will see him later on. He's from the Leeward Islands, so you will see him, quite a bit of him. We just spoke about Redwood, and those are just a few names that comes to mind. As we see Michael Clark coming in from the northern end again. Delivery on the line of the off stump, just walking it up back to the bowler there, Graves. So Graves, 26 from 65. Has been able to anchor the inning so far, holding it together. Just needs that other player to just bat as long as they can with him and forge some sort of partnership. That would be critical, really, if the Leeward Islands is to post a reasonable force in its total. We spoke about 175 being a good total on this wicket. As he's playing this one nicely there, Graves should be able to come back for second, and he will do so comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs added to the total. It's 112 now for the loss of 5 wickets. So just need to take advantage of those sort of scoring opportunities. That delivery was wide outside the off stump, and there was Graves just guiding it to the right of the man there at third man for 2 more runs. So my guess is that they will just try to accumulate in the next 5 or so overs, 5 to 6 overs, try and see where they're at. Reassess and maybe try and make a push for it in the last 3 or 4 overs.
looking at Clark's action, I think he looks straight running into the crease. He's bowling from wide. He's bowling from close. Every time he goes a bit wide, I think because of the angle when he looks to bowl to the stumps, he always go down the leg side. I think what he needs to do is to come straighter instead of going wide until he corrects it, because he's bowling a few wide here, and that's every time he tries to go from wide of the stump. So I think it's something that he needs to work on, whenever he's practicing, because every time he goes a bit wide of the stump to deliver the ball, he goes down leg. But when he comes straight, he goes straight on top of off.
Good observation there, Kesrick, as another over comes to an end. At the end of the 29th, Leeward Islands, after being inserted by the Jamaicans this morning, they're 113 for the loss of 5. Graves has been there for a while. He's on 29 from 70 deliveries. And Nathan Edward, he's yet to get off the mark from 2 deliveries. As we see Redwood, it would be, as he's walking this one there nicely, Graves. Out to the man there at mid-wicket, and he gets another single. So Redwood, he's into his 6th over. Figures of 1 for 16 so far. So economical, and picked up a very important wicket in his previous over.
Yeah, he's bowling well so far. He's bowling to his field, and that's something that we haven't really seen so far for the tournament. That real, that consistency that you need every ball. He's doing that, and he's bowling well. He just needs to continue doing that on a regular basis.
Nathan Edward there getting off the mark with a nice clip to square leg. 1 more added to the total, 115. It is for the loss of 5. Once again, Graves walking the ball with a bit more consistency now. As we mentioned, he's been there from the start. He's faced 71 deliveries strike rate actually below 50 runs per 100 ball. But in the last few hours, we've seen him just being able to manipulate the strike a bit better and getting the ball into the gaps, as he should do, considering that he has been there for a while.
Yeah, have you seen the West Indies test team to play against India coming up in Dominica?
Yes, I had a glance at it this morning. And some interesting choices there, as we see Redwood again bowling to Edward.
What I would like to say is congratulations to Alec Anthony's, wherever you are, bro. Congrats. I think it's well deserved. He has been scoring some runs, in regional cricket for a while, and it's good to see that he gets the nod, from the selectors. I just hope that he goes there, use the opportunity, keep his head down, and perform.
Very much so. I was a bit disappointed that he was not part of the qualifiers, the recent qualifiers. I knew he played again in the series against UAE, but didn't really get the nod, surprisingly. As he's bowled him here, so playing across the line there, Nathan Edward, and Redwood, he gets his second, and the Leeward Islands, they continue to falter here at the center playing field. The score is now 116 for the loss of 6.
Well, first thing first, when you start playing cricket, your coach will ask you as a batter to what? Play straight, right? He'll ask you to play straight, and there's no way that ball was too full to play that shot. Straight down the ground, full face of the bat, get one. Try to play across the line and perish. Hard luck there from Edwards, but he's walking back to the pavilion as sad as ever.
Yeah, a disappointing end there to that innings. We mentioned his experience. He's a West Indies under 19 players.
Yes.
And that is what we want to see from these players. They're actually stepping up and leading from the front, really.
And out of all these players, he's probably one of the most experienced. He's probably the first under 19 player to ever played in under 19 League T20 tournament that was played in Pakistan. He played in Pakistan in the under 19 T20. I think they actually won the tournament. I think so. I think that team won the tournament as well. So he has a lot of experience, and we expect a lot better, a lot more from him, when it comes to this setup. He's supposed to be a leader. Whether he's a skipper or not, he's supposed to be a leader, and that shot is not acceptable.
I think recently as well, he's one of the contracted players for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So I'm sure he'll be disappointed in that. But he still has an opportunity to do well with the ball. We know that he's a left-arm seamer. You'll see him later on opening the bowling. And the new batter here for Leeward Islands is Landefort. So into the lower order here, the lower half of the batting. And they will definitely need to put up some sort of partnership, some sort of resistance to ensure that the Jamaicans don't blow them away. He's driving this one there nicely, Graves. Continues to find the gaps. Just want somebody to really stay there with him and try and build a partnership.
Well, so far, Jamaica have been doing well. And they already blown away a team in the first game, which is against Guyana in Cumberland. They outdone Guyana for 70 something runs, 79 runs or something like that, and they made it in 12 overs. That's serious. That's telling the other teams, we came here to play. We came here to play serious cricket, and they're showing that.
Indeed so. So 2 wins for Jamaica so far in the tournament. They also won against Trinidad and Tobago in the last round of fixtures, chasing down 156, I believe. So they're in form, and they'll be hoping to continue along that vein. As we see Clark again, getting these deliveries outside the off stump, moving away, beating Landefort there outside the off stump.
In that game against Trinidad as well, what they did is they used the wicket, because as I said before, the wicket in Arnis Vale is a lot quicker than these ones outside, so they used the wicket, they bowl their bumpers and bump out a lot of the guys from Trinidad. So here now is a different surface. Redwood came in and he's doing his thing. And as a fast bowler, I said before, if you're a fast bowler and you're bowling on this track, consistency is key. You can't be all over. If you're all over, you're going to pay.
Getting the outer portion of the bat there, Michael Clark. There's no slip in play. So it was relatively safe in the end, and he gets off the mark there with a single. Total 118 for the loss of 6.
When you look at all these players, like they remind you of someone that you played cricket with growing up, or a colleague, or you met somewhere before. This bowler here now, he's reminding me of Derval Green. You know, a strong. Oh, that's sloppy.
Sloppy there from the fielder. But only costing his team a single there. Adrian Ware it is. They're at backward point. So it's the end of another over. These overs seem to be completed very quickly. 31 overs completed.
Where is it?
And at the 119 for the loss of 6.
That was where? Maybe he's family of the sprinter from Jamaica. Maybe, you never know.
Yeah,
His
well,
titles. Someone told me that all Williams are family. I'm not sure.
Williams is a big title, really.
Very big. When I go into the phone books and I look at the Williams pages, I think Flo should just give us the phone book. We have everything. We have about 80 pages of Williams.
It's going to be Redwood again in the middle of a very good spell. His Graves just punching that one now to long off. So it'll be interesting to see how Graves play these remaining overs. He's been there from the start. He has Landefort with him, the number 8 batter. What do you think is going to be key in terms of his batting in the back end of this innings?
He needs to stay there. Well, somebody needs to stay there with him. Obviously, he's there for a while. He knows how the wicket is playing. He would be the one that has to explore at the end. So who is coming in now has to be able to rotate the strike for him. Give him the strike as much as possible. Let him be the one to explode at the end. He can't play any rush shot. He has to take it around. But that batter has to play a role, a supported role for him to explode at the end so that they can get somewhat of a total to defend when they go to bowl.
So 9 overs remaining after this one. So still a bit of overs there to play with the Leeward Islands. 121 for the loss of 6. So 9 overs, 6 runs per over. It's 54 runs. So 175 they would end up with, which I think is a par total. It feels weird saying par total being 175, but such has been the nature of the wickets here at the Sand Hill playing field, as well as the type of batting that we have seen from some of the teams.
To be honest with you, a good total on this ground for me right now is at least 165 on this ground. As long as you have good spinners that's going to bowl your overs in the middle and be consistent.
As he's stroking this one again, an action replay really. It's not a replay you're seeing, viewers. It's another flighty delivery there from Redwood. And there was the batter Landefort again. Maybe playing a bit too early and just presenting a simple chance really. I'm sure Redwood just been saying, be a bit surprised that these easy chances being afforded to him. So he takes another cotton bowl. His second of the innings is 122 for the loss of 7.
I think Redwood is turning these bats into Wetwood. Because, I don't know. I don't know if it's him and the batters alone are playing, because it's been a sort of a eyeball just straight back to me kind of a game today. He's gone 3. He's bowling well. But the batters need... I'm honestly lost for words here, because it's they're too soft. These dismissals are too soft, especially for players playing at this level. Yes, they're under 19, but after this level, they're going to play senior. Whoever gets selected after this is going to play for West Indies under 19, and from there, who knows? You can walk straight into West Indies team. You never know. So you have to step your game up. You cannot be getting out this soft. It is too soft. You have a batter there that's been batting for a while. Yes, you need to rotate the strike, but you have to be able to secure your wicket. Let people work for your wicket. You can't be gifting your wicket away.
Well, the new batter here is Micah McKenzie, the leg spinner. So he will know a bit about leg spin. and facing up to Redwood, who has figures of 3 for 21 from his 6.5 over so far. So once again, it's very important that these batters contribute in some way. There's a quicker delivery there from Redwood, and Mackenzie is off the mark. So it's the end of the 32nd over. Leeward Islands, after being insulted by Jamaica here this morning at the Cyan playing field, they are 123 for the loss of 7.
Now, Osnet, this is how I look at it. Now, me as a batter walking in to bat, one ball left, unless it's a juicy off volley, unless it's a full toss, that last ball in that over, I want the batter that's there to bat most of the deliveries. All I want to do is to rotate the strike for him. Let him bat most so that at the end, he can explore. I am not going to go and look to drive to a leg spinner that's gone 3 wickets already. That was a very heavy drive, trying to go to the offside, take a leading edge, go into the leg side.
This one is outside edge being taken. No, it's dropped actually, and getting close to the boundary. So it's the second time in the last couple of overs we've seen an outside edge off the bowling of Michael Clark. The captain would have offered him a slip there to the new batter. That delivery, the lack of pace really, the edge actually going down. So
I was just saying it. You need your batter that's there for a while to bat most of the deliveries. That last ball in that over, there was no need for a run. You block it, let him bat most of the balls in the next over. You take a single, first ball he went down, big drive again, edge, dropping. Well, it went, it bisect, slip, and the keeper, he got one. We need to play smarter cricket than that. And I think that's what we're lacking in, being able to play smart cricket.
Michael Clark it is again. Rather optimistic appeal from him. Delivery clearly heading down the leg side. So Justin Greaves, it will be interesting to see him in terms of how he goes about his operation here. Would he try to farm most of the strike, as they would say? Would he try to explode quite a bit in terms of looking for the boundaries? Left to be seen. Slashing at this one outside the off stump. Misses it completely. Michael Clark into his 6th over here. None for 23. So it's a rather steady effort from him. Coming in as the second change bowler there. Well played there from Graves. A slow delivery that time from Michael Clark. Graves just walked it into the offside for another single. So 2 deliveries remaining in the over. I'm not really sure how much confidence he has in Mackenzie's batting ability, but he has given him 2 deliveries to negotiate at the end of this over. It's Mackenzie. This is down the leg side again. Another naughty wide by the Jamaican bowlers. We've seen quite a bit of that throughout the day. It's giving the Leeward Islands some extra runs here and extra deliveries. Once again, down the leg side again. So maybe just trying to get that delivery full and straight. Just angling it a bit too much down the leg side. There to Mackenzie. Maybe trying a bit too hard here, Michael Clark. Just needs to go back to the basics. A full toss. He's punching it straight back to the bowler, and that's a drop catch. So another soft, well, almost soft dismissal again. Almost a carbon copy of what took place when Redwood was bowling. There it is, a full toss, and Mackenzie's standing tall and just punching it straight back to Michael Clark. He can't hold on, and life given there to Mackenzie all in his innings. It's 127 for the loss of 7 wickets here at the Cyan Hill playing field in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament being played between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Jamaica, having won the toss earlier this morning, they insulted the Leeward Islands. And so far, the Leeward Islands, they've really struggled to 127 for the loss of 7. As the players take a small break, We are going to take a break up here as well. We'll be back with you with action in a couple of minutes' time. Come back to the Sinai playing field. This encounter between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. The Leeward Islands, after being insulted, they're 127 for 7. As we see Redwood again. And it's a quick single here. Chance for run out. And yes, it is. So not the start that the Leeward Islands were looking forward to again after a break. There it is, a delivery play to the man there at short third man. Both batters setting off for a single. And Mackenzie it is, who is run out. And Leeward Islands, they lose another wicket. It's 127 for the loss of 8.
My. Not what you want to see after a break. There are a few times you will see a break, and after a break, team pick up momentum. Teams lose momentum. These are the things that happen after break. But as a batting team in a slump that's looking to come back, you don't need to start with a run out.
Yeah, disappointing dismissal there for the Leeward Islands, just when you were saying. So Mackenzie going for 2. And Graves here really running out of partners. And just need somebody there to stay with him and try and bat as much of these remaining 8 overs. Just to remind our viewers, because of the time that we lost due to some showers. It's going to be 41 overs per side. So we're into the 34th over. There's about 7 overs remaining. It's critical, Kesrick, that the Leeward Islands bat as much of these overs as possible.
Yeah, definitely they need to. As I said earlier, they need to, well, at this point in time, if the couple of batters above this batter now wasn't able to sit down and try to rotate the strike and bat for the guy who was there for a while, can this guy do it? I'm not sure. But he needs to. But obviously Jamaica will have other plans. Jamaica is playing good cricket here. They're stamping their authority. They're showing that they're here to even try to win. Well, everybody's here to win. but they are showing that, listen, we want to win this tournament and we're playing hard to do so. But he's running out of partner. He should be taking most of the strike. But obviously, as I said, Jamaica have other plans. Let's try to bowl at least 4 balls to this guy and then give him one single, bring the batter and strike, keep him there. Let's bowl all the balls to him because he's not going to be able to beat us like the batter can.
Another wide there from Jamaican team. So they're gifting some runs to the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands just hasn't been able to take advantage of these extra deliveries. New batter being Nisbet, right arm Seamer. We'll see him in action later on. But for now, he just needs to negotiate these deliveries from Redwood and try and forge somewhat of a partnership with Graves. Maybe Graves might become a bit more expansive now that he's with number 9, number 10 actually.
As the batter, Graves.
It's a juicy full toss there. These eyes lit up a bit too much there, Nisbet. Missed it in the end.
As the main batter at the crease, if I am the Jamaica team captain, I would tell my bowlers, listen, we're gonna bowl 4 balls to the number 10 batter, give him a single, and make sure that we keep Graves on strike. We're gonna bowl.
As he's bowled him.
I guess there's no need for that.
So another wicket again for Redwood. He's really in the middle of a good spell here. His 4th wicket, 4 for 23. I think that was a quicker delivery there. So a change up really from what he has been doing. So following that big juicy full toss, a quicker delivery got the better of Nisbet on that occasion. He goes bowl for a duck. And the Leeward Islands, the wheels continues to come off here at the Sinai playing field. They're now 128 for the loss of 9.
As I mentioned, Osnet, the 2 batters before, it was a bit difficult for them to actually keep their wicket, for them to defend their stumps. Can the number 9 batter do it? Now they're 9 wickets down. Well, yeah, now they're 9 wickets down. The batter that's walking in now, I'm gonna be pretty honest, there's no need for him to play any rash shots presently. Defend your stumps, that's all. Let Graves take all the strike. But the way how he's walking to the crease, he's walking as if, you know what, I'm just gonna go and bat. If I get out, I get out. It's not gonna be the end of the world. That's not what you want. I mean, Jamaica would probably be happy to see it, but you don't want that. You need to walk to the crease, at least look like I want to bat. But you're not seeing it from these youngsters.
So the new batter is Amory, Onaje Amory. He's also West Indies under 19 player, a spinner. So we'll see him. I'm sure he'll be licking his lips to bowl on this wicket. So far the spinners have prevailed. We have the likes of Alex Hines with 3 wickets, and now we have in Redwood picking up 4 wickets. So 7 wickets out of the 9 wickets so far have fallen to spin as Michael Clark continues. And he's swinging at this one there. Good shot there. Should be able to get close to the boundary this one. Touch and go. It's actually touched there by the fielder, Hines, preventing the boundary there. So I'm sure we're going to see Michael Graves, open up a bit, considering that the only batter he has is Amory, who, based on what we've seen so far in the tournament, doesn't really instill a lot of confidence. As he's asking for a change of bat here, Graves. Maybe he needs that bat, that lighter bat.
Well, I guess he's asking for the heavier bat, because there's a need now for him to actually start to get it over the boundary, try and see how much runs he can get. But as much delivery as possible, that's what he need to do. He need to bat at least 5 deliveries or 4 deliveries in every single over, or this innings will be over pretty soon, because Jamaica definitely wants to get it over with pretty soon.
There's 6 overs remaining after this one. On that occasion, an inside edge onto the pad. As we see, asking for a change of bat. So he'll be looking for a change of fortune with that bat. His current bat, he has a strike rate of below 50 runs per 100 ball. He'll be hoping with this new bat he can actually propel that strike rate a bit onwards.
Let's see if he can. I've been asking from match 2. I want to see a youngster hit this ball over to the telecommunication company yard flow. I want to see that.
It'll be a big hit. He's cutting this one nicely. Should be able to pick up another 2 here. It does so easily in the end. So in his mind, he'll just be thinking even numbers here. 2, 4, 6. All right, at least for the early part of the over.
These shots need 4 though. That was a lovely shot. That was a lovely shot. These shots need 4. But earlier a couple of games before, when I had a conversation, I was saying that the grung is not really giving justice to shots. So you better be a fit lad because you have to do a lot of running.
So he's turning it to square leg. A chance here for a run out. Direct hit. Amory making it in the end. Bit sluggish there from Amory. It's not the quickest between the wickets.
Slide.
And another single there for Graves.
Is sliding your bat a thing of the past here, Osnet?
It appears that way. He's a tall man. Maybe getting down is a bit difficult.
Sort of a Joel Garner type, Courtney Ambrose type. Well, he's from the Leeward Islands, so Courtney Ambrose is pretty tall. I can remember having a conversation with Courtney Ambrose, and he said, if you ever see me dive a ball on the boundary, it's because I want to sleep. So you will not see the big, tall man dive a ball on the boundary.
This delivery is just keeping that one out. There, Amory. It's quite a character as well. You will see a lot of different expressions from him.
At least, Osnet, I'm still satisfied with that. You know what I mean? 1 ball in the over, block it. What Graves needs to do is bat at least 4 balls, get at least a boundary off these 4 balls, the 5th ball, rotate the strike, give him the last ball to bat, and then he just has to block it. That's all he needs to do. Just block it for now.
Indeed so. So 133 for the loss of 9 wickets here. As we see a change in bowling from the southern end. Actually, it's the first time for the day we're going to see seam from that end of the wicket. We were having a conversation earlier, Gunny Hines, in terms of the spinners being predominantly used from this end and the seamers from that end. So it will be interesting to see how seam operates from the southern end. So there's a long off, a man there at deep extra cover, backward point, a man at deep square leg, mid-on, mid-wicket. Okay, as we speak, the long off is coming in. So it'll be interesting to see the type of shot that Graves will elect for. A short delivery there and just riding that one. Can't score, 133 for 9. What would be his scoring errors here against the left-arm seamer, Kesrick?
For me, that's according to where he bowls, but he have to get it over the boundary at any cost. There's no mid-wicket. He's bowling short. There's a backward point. There's sweep. There's extra cover long, mid-off, mid-on. You have to look, anything pitch up, you have to try to get it over the boundary. You have to try to get 2 here. You must get 2 here.
It's a good-looking shot. They're coming back for 2 rightfully. A bit of reluctance there, but it was always going to be 2 runs as long as you push from the offset. But good-looking shot there, well-timed.
Yes, I'm thinking that he's there long enough. There's mid-off and there's mid-on. Anything pitch up, you have to look to go straight down the ground. Over mid-off or mid-on for 4 or 6. Anything short.
It's a good delivery there, getting the outer portion of it, but a chance for 2 again. Would they come back for 2? No, on this occasion. Well done there by Beckford. Limiting the batter there to a single. 3 deliveries in the over. So Amory He's been tasked with keeping out these final free deliveries here from Edwards.
In a situation like this, I would not try to expose Emery to 3 balls. I want to say that's a risk, but I mean, you have to try bat as much delivery as possible. Shade him as much as possible because he doesn't look like the player that loves to hold the bat.
He's keeping that one out. I think in the last encounter with Leeward Islands played over at Arnesville, we were saying that he has some Courtney Walsh mannerisms, you know.
He looks like Courtney.
In the way that he leaves the ball and in the way that he brings that forward defensive into play.
Yes, he looks like Courtney. Now he has 2 balls to defend here. Would you try going for a 6 here, wasn't it?
No, I don't think that would be the wise option at this point in time. Actually, he's hitting this one. Big full toss again.
So this is what Graves needs to do. He needs to look look at how the game is going. Look who his batting partner is, and say, "Look, I'm not giving you more than 2 balls in an over to bat."
I think it was somewhat of a misjudgment there on the third delivery there where he took the run. I think maybe he had in his mind to come back for a second as he finally delivered this time. And he's keeping it out, Emery, in his own peculiar style and fashion. So it's the end of the 36th over. Leeward Islands, they're 136 for the loss of 9. Emery, he's there. He hasn't scored as yet. But Graves has been there from the start, 44 from 90 deliveries.
Another thing, I think the reason why we mentioned earlier about spinners operating from this end and the pace from this end in this particular game. Few games before, bowling from the airport end, the ball is bouncing a bit more. So with your leg spinners and your off spinners getting the ball to turn, which this is a spinning wicket, getting it to turn and bounce, I mean, it will cause more of a problem. On the floor end, the ball keeps low. So if your fast bowler can keep bowling straight on stump with the ball keeping low and, you know, giving that out bounce now and again, I guess that's the reason why they opted to bowl pace from the floor end and spin from the airport end, which is not a bad ploy from the skipper.
As we see Michael Clark again, has been able to just deliver a good spell here for his captain. 7 overs, none for 31. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has been steady. I think on this occasion, Graves there being mindful that is only the second delivery of the over.
Can't give him so much balls.
So he refused the single on that occasion. Once again, the field is spread.
He looks
long
like
off and long on. There's not a man back at deep cover though. I'm wondering if there's an area he can actually target. He's just guiding this one down to third man once again. Not interested in a single.
as a coach, and I am watching Graves bat. He has been there for a while. You're trying to run down the ball. You're not gonna look for a run, but you're trying to run down the ball. With this wicket playing as up and down as it is, I don't think that's a shot that he should go for. With the wicket playing up and down. My thing is, as you said, there's nobody out sweep. Give yourself room, try to get the ball over cover. If you have that shot in you, there's nobody deep mid wicket. These are scoring areas you can look at. You know, but then the Jamaica would be happy with what he's doing now because he's not looking for a boundary and he's blocking at least 4 balls, take a single off the 5th ball and let Mari bat the 6th ball, which he's hoping to be a dot ball. But at the end of the day, the over just went for what? 1, 2, if there's a wide in it. And that's not what they want. They need boundaries. They need someone to actually hit the boundaries. That over just went for 2.
So it's the end of the 37th over. So 4 overs remaining. And the Leeward Islands, they're 137 for the loss of 9. Michael Graves, he's on 45. Amory, he has been able to keep out whatever has been thrown at him so far by the Jamaicans in his own peculiar way. He's still yet to score. So a bit of discussion here in terms of who the captain is going to employ. after the reduction of overs, there are restrictions in terms of how many overs each bowler can actually bowl. Appears to be Mead, be coming from for the first time from that old airport end. Figure so far 5 overs, none for 18. So another steady spell from him. Another steady spell from him, medium pacer. So once again, some pace on the ball. I think Graves will actually prefer that as he seeks to just increase the momentum here at the back end of this innings. Mentioned before, four overs remaining in this innings. So there's a man at mid-off, mid-on, deep extra cover, deep square leg. He's slashing at this one outside the off stump there, Graves, missing it completely. Just needed to get some bat on that delivery. And some runs would have been on the offering there. So 137 for the loss of 9 wickets. Leeward Islands this morning, they were inserted by the Jamaican team. Jamaican team coming off 2 victories. Leeward Islands, they lost against the Windwards, and then they won against Trinidad and Tobago. Another wide there, adding to the list of extras that have been conceded by the Jamaican team today. 138 it is for the loss of 9 wickets. As Mead again comes in, ball is slashing at this one outside the off stump again, missing it completely. Took a bit of pace off that one, Mead. So Graves just hasn't been able to get the boundaries that maybe he himself and the team were expecting at this juncture of the game.
In my honest opinion, I don't think that the Jamaican team would be worried too much at this point, because he's not really scoring. He's not looking for the boundaries. He's just looking for survival here, and that's not what you want. You've been there for a while. You must understand how the wicket is playing by now, Osnet. You have to start look for boundaries. If I'm the coach for the Leeward Island team and you're out trying to get at least a boundary in the over, I would say, okay, hard luck. You know what I mean? But to be there and then you're just looking to get a single, block, a single, put the other batter on strike, and then he block. That's just one off the over.
So 3 more deliveries again for Amory to negotiate. So this last phase of the innings, really, we call it death overs, really, not really going according to plan. The last couple of overs, we've seen a single being taken, and actually only a single being conceded by the Jamaicans. As deliveries outside the off stump, another wide. So these wides really add into the total in a good way for the Leeward Islands. 139 it is for the loss of 9 wickets. Jamaica will be looking to just polish off this innings. Amory, he would have other thoughts. Mead again. Delivery outside the off stump. Amory just picking up the length early on the line, leaving it outside to be taken by the wicket keeper. So 1 delivery left to negotiate for Amory. 1 run from the over so far. Actually, 3 runs from the over so far. 1 run off the bat, along with 2 wides. So Mead it is again from the old airport end. Bowls to Amory. Amory is watching this one again outside the off stump. It's a bit of complacency creeping in here for the Jamaican bowler there. Mead, his 3rd wide of the over. So without even doing anything extravagant, they have managed to get 4 runs from this over.
Well, I think Graves, his plan is working. He got 4 runs off the over. But I think a little bit of complacency just creeping in here. I mean, you don't want that. I mean, you're bowling to somebody who is not. What is he doing?
I
What is
told you
he
he's a
doing?
man of
He
antics,
looks like
Amory. It's one of those characters. As the 38 over comes to an end, 3 overs remaining in this innings. Leeward Islands, they're 141 for the loss of 9.
he looks like he's the type that have a good rapport with all the players. He looks like the funny type, which is good. Which is good to have. It's good to have these sort of people in the dressing room that keeps the dressing room, light.
Very much so. So, Michael Graves, he's there on 46. He's faced 98 deliveries. And Amory, he's yet to score. I'm not too sure he'll be too perturbed by that. His job here is just to bat and try and build a partnership with Graves, even if it means not out on 1 or 2, or even on North. He wouldn't mind that at all as long as his team is able to maybe get something in the region of 150, 160. That's the type of total that we were speaking about earlier. As it's going to be Edwards again. This delivery is walked to the man there at square leg for no run. Edwards into his 8th over. So he'll be one of those bowlers that can compete 8 overs. Edwards again looking to increase his scoring rate. With 3 overs remaining in this innings. A good shot there. Should be able to get 6. Yes, I think it does. A glorious shot there. He's got his timing right. He's got his 50 as well. Well played, young man. He has managed to just be the glue that this innings really needed. And he'll be hoping to finish on a high.
Well played. Well played. That's what he needs to do. He needs to at least get a boundary or try to get a boundary, at least one boundary in the over. Rotate the strike, at least finish the over with at least about 7 to 8 runs. That should take them up to a total that they can fight for.
Total. We've been trying to decide what a good total is. I think we all of the opinion anything in the region of 160 should be challenging here this afternoon for the Jamaican team. That's that delivery slashing outside the off stump. We feel like he missed out once again. There's no man here back at deep extra cover. So any sort of bat on that type of delivery would have yielded runs for him. 147 for the loss of 9, the Leeward Islands. Graves 52, coming off 100 deliveries. He's trying to pull this one, just rushed onto him a bit. Not really in a position to play that shot.
Still happy to see the aggression. That's what you want. You want to see the intent to score. You just don't want to be there and bat as though, you know what, let me just try to bat all the overs. Yes, you can bat all the overs, but what was happening 2-3 overs ago, Jamaica would be happy with that because 2-3 overs ago, no more than 2 or 3 runs came off those overs. So Jamaica would be happy with that, but he needs to start to play shots. Well played.
Driven down the ground for a single. So the single was always on offer there for him. It's the 5th delivery of the over as well. So maybe the Jamaican captain there not realizing it's the 5th delivery. Thought he would have brought up his mid-off or mid-on. So Amory, once again, he would have to negotiate 1 delivery from Edwards. No change in the field. A short delivery there. And the keeper missing it. I don't think they will actually run this time. And it's the end of the over. The end of the 39th over. 41 overs in this innings. And the Leeward Islands, they're 148 for the loss of 9.
The good thing about the starting of this over is that Graves is starting the over. So he dictates what happened in this over. Not asking him to play a rash shot, but still, I want to see the intent to score.
148 for the loss of 9. 2 overs remaining in this innings.
Still want to see the intent to score 148. If he can get them to a total of 160.
As he's swinging,
It's
this
not a
one
bad
should be
shot.
caught. Yes. Oh, it's dropped. My goodness. I think that is Justin Johnson there. A bit of complacency once again from him. It was a short delivery, and there was Graves trying to pull that one. A relatively simple catch there for the man at cover, Johnson, and he spilled it.
Too easy. Too easy. We need to do better. Can't be dropping these sort of catches. We know what drop catches can do to a team. We've seen it in the World Cup qualifier, what it did to West Indies or even other teams. Dropping catches, it's crucial. You can't do it, not at this level.
Yes, that was a quite poor effort there from Jordan Johnson. As this one taking in a portion of the bat. Once again, he's running. Amory there in quite extravagant fashion, making his way to the strikers end this time. So another single there for Graves, 149 for 9. 3 deliveries to negotiate once again for Amory. I'm wondering at what point we might see a big shot from Amory. Still 1 over remaining after this.
Maybe the last over, last 2 balls, I should take. Because there's no need for him to do that right now. Take it to the last over. Take it to the last over at Graves. There's no need for that.
It's
Get
well
off
played
strike.
by him there. Just guiding that one down to third man for a single. So getting Graves back on strike. Another single, 150 coming up there for the Leeward Islands. 150 for the loss of 9. Slow progress. But at the end of the day, it's runs on the board. And runs on the board really matters here at the Sand Hill playing field. Well played again there from Graves. Walking this one again down to the man there, third man, for another single. 151 for 9. 1 delivery remaining in this over. So Amory just have to negotiate whatever Mead throws at him.
I think 165 is a good score, and it's not out of the way. It's there. 1.1 over left in this innings.
As Amory is able to just keep that one out. And it's the end of the 40th over. So 1 over remaining in this innings. The Leeward Islands, they're 151 for the loss of 9. Graves, he's there on 55. Amory, he has a single to his name.
Let's see if Graves have any power to him. This is the over that we really want to see. Let's see if he have any power to him, because at the end of the day, he batted really well, given the situation. But he ran out of partners, and he stood there. He stood his ground. We saw him hit 6, so we know he can hit 6s. But can he really maximize this over?
Maximize indeed, as we're going to see a change of bowling from that end. An interesting choice here by the captain. I think a spinner coming into the attack, Adrian Ware. A couple of his bowlers are not eligible to continue because of the restrictions. This game was reduced to 41 overs. As Ware, this one is a quicker delivery there, a bit of pace, pushing that one through. Beating Graves there outside the off stump. So good start to the over from Ware. He hasn't bowled an over in this innings. So it's always going to be a bit of pressure coming in to bowl the final over of the encounter. As he comes up again. Bowls, and he's sweeping this one nicely. Lap sweeping that one. Should be able to get close to the boundary. It does. A very good shot there from Graves. He saw the field that was in place. He realized that the pace that Ware is going to bowl at, and he just managed to just come inside the line and flick that one over fine leg for well-needed boundary.
Definitely. He needs to stay focused for this over. he can bat at least 4 balls in this over and get 2 boundaries, as a matter of fact, he should bat the whole over. That's what I think. He should get all these deliveries.
155 for 9. Away again. And he's trying to do the same thing and he's bowled. So we're there wrapping up this innings. And Leeward Islands, they have been bowled out here at the Sinai playing field for 155. 40.3 overs completed. So 3 balls were actually remaining in that over. I'm sure Graves would have loved to face those other 3 deliveries. However, the Jamaican team, after winning the toss this morning here at the Sinai playing field, they inserted Leeward Islands to bat. And the Leeward Islands, they're all out there for 155. Kesrick, your final thoughts on what took place in this first innings?
Well done by Jamaica. Bowling out Leewards for 155. But I must say, well played, the Graves. He really stood out. I mean, he was running out of partners, and he stood there to the end. Really would have loved to see him hit some lofty shots in these last few balls, but obviously Jamaica have other plans. Um, we had a little bit of fun in the back end with the last batter. Um, it's good to have these sort of players in the dressing room. That makes the dressing room light. He looks like a fun character. So at the end of the day, Jamaica 155. Well played by Graves. Um, Looks good, small in stature. Um, just want to see what will happen in the second innings when they come out to bowl. If they're going to use the wicket like Jamaica did, then we're in for a competitive game here today.
Okay, thank you very much, Kesrick. So 155, the Leeward Islands. Jamaica, they will need to get 156 from 41 overs. What we'll do now, we'll take a break and we'll be back with you with action after lunch.
pleasant good afternoon to viewers, listeners, as we're into the second innings of this West Indies under-19 Rising Stars game between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Leeward Islands got to 157 or 40.3 or something like that. Yeah, 40.3. Grace got 55. Palmer got 33. Redwood got how many? 4 for what? We get that from our pretty girl from Leeward. Can't get that. Well, check down again. Them in the book. Them in the book. Yeah, so Jamaica have to get 158 to win this game in 41 overs. And in relation to the other games, rain affected. Trinidad and Tobago 44 for 2 against the Windies Islands at Park Hill, a 26 over game. And Ghana were dismissed for 107. They got to 178 for 9 versus Barbados at Annisvale. 178 for 9 Ghana against Barbados. The Windies Islands, they are in the field. Trinidad and Tobago, the last we saw, 44 for 2 from the 26 over game. And the Leeward Islands, 157 or 40.3. So we are about to resume this afternoon, and it's set fair to the left of me over that villa area. It looks fair, so I suspect we'll have an afternoon full of cricket. Now, the play is about to start. It's on striking him on the pad, not out, says umpire Mukan. So it's no run, no wicket, the very first delivery there. As we're getting all the identification right, scorers and co-commentator Asnat Keto. So,
good afternoon to you, Gunny. Good afternoon
yes,
to all of our viewers. So the Leeward Islands, they made 157 all out in 40.3 overs. Graves played well, as this one is walked down to the man there at deep square leg. They come back for a second. So Ware is up and running. Bowen Tuckett 26 and Palmer 33.
We're up to steam of that.
Then bowling for Jamaica, you had Hines, which figures of 3 for 22, and Redwood 4 for 22.
Right, good. We have it all set now, ready to go this afternoon. 2 deliveries already been gone. Bowler identification scorer.
That's Nathan Seeley. Nathan
Seeley.
Edwards, sorry.
Edwards.
Always getting mixed up with the two. Nathan Seeley is from Barbados, the captain of Barbados. So Nathan Edward, the left arm
Nathan
seamer.
Edwards from the northern end. Weather looks like it will hold fair for the rest of the afternoon. As Edwards with 2 slips, backward point, cover, made off, in he comes. This one right on target. And they defended it out to mid-on, and there is no run. Again, interestingly, Magsnet, the fast ball is coming from the northern end. So there must be something out there that we haven't seen.
Yes, speaking only in terms of with Kesrick as well, he was actually in favor of the fast bowlers coming from that end because of the inconsistent bounce that they can actually get. And he was saying the spinners traditionally bowl well from this end.
The thing about it, one is not to show bowling medium fast on the southern end. What is going to happen? So the only how you'll know what is happening is by trying a fast bowler, a medium fast bowler from the southern end. I don't buy that.
Fair enough. We'll see how it goes in terms of the Leeward Islands. I think Landerford, you will see Landerford from the other end, the southern end.
This one striking him on the pad, and they go for a leg bye. So that's 3 without loss over number 1. Leeward Islands 157.40.3, Graves 60, Palmer 33, Tuckett 26, Redwood 4 for 22, Hines 3 for 22. Jamaica 3 without loss as Edwards, bowler.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards.
Nathan Edwards, he's coming from left arm over from the northern end. 2 slips, short of a shortish gully. Third man cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg in. This one in the middle of the bat pushes it out and to mid on, mid off, and there is no run. The end of over number 1, 3 without loss. Let's see exactly what they will do. Will they bring on a spinner, or will they continue the trend of no fast bowler from the southern end?
Well, looking at the Leeward Islands in their previous encounter, I think they normally start with Landerford, the right arm seamer, along with Nathan Edward, and I think I'm seeing him walk into his mark here. So we'll definitely see some seam bowling from that end for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, we all await with bated breath to see how the seamer will go on bowling from the southern end, because certainly they're inconsistent bunks bowling from the northern end. So the southern end, we just await to see what happens, because the spinners are the one who has created a lot of problems for the games that's played here already.
Yes, even in this innings, this first innings, 7 wickets going to the spinners.
Exactly.
So spin is definitely the order of the day, I would say.
Spin or slow bowling. Spin/slow bowling.
Very much so.
Which is really the West Indies Achilles heel.
I think something for our viewers to note as well, in this tournament, you actually get bonus points for wickets taken by the fast bowlers. But so far, most of these teams, that would have been irrelevant, because the spinners are the ones that are doing the majority of the damage.
So outside the off stump, you allow it to go through, and there is no run. But I thought after the controversy last year, remember the controversy? You defeated somebody, and yet still you lose the title. Remember that rule in that? Is there one? Is it still in place?
Yes, I think they have all these playing conditions in terms of bonus batting points and bowling points for the fielding team. So it's something to get used to. And
yeah, but they don't have batting and bowling points in international cricket.
No, they don't. I guess it's a systematic thing here in terms of trying to get more fast bowlers to come through and try and get the captains to utilize the fast bowlers a bit more. Ideally, on a normal occasion, the spinners are the ones who are mostly utilized in these sort of tournaments. So they want to maybe get the fast bowlers more involved, and hence they're putting up that sort of incentive in terms of the batting points, the bowling points, sorry.
Yeah, but I asked a question this morning, where have the fast bowlers gone?
It's a good question. Your guess is as good as mine, Gunny.
I don't have the answer.
He's caught.
It's out, it's caught.
So there was where driving a bit loosely there, not over, but getting in full control of that delivery. And the Leeward Islands, they made their first breakthrough. It's now 4 for 1.
Yes, delivery on a good line, on a good length, and he went through with the shot on the front foot, and he just scooped it out to the man at mid-off. And ill-advised shot, and the Leeward Islands have lost their first wicket. It's 157 to get, but yet still, runs on the board, they'll have to go there and try and get them. And the Leeward Islands will certainly be buoyed with that early success.
A similar start to the Jamaican innings, as was the case with the Leeward Islands in terms of an early wicket, as we see Jordan Johnson, number 3 batter there, going out. He's someone who has played for the West Indies on a 19 team. One of the more promising youngsters we have in the Caribbean. I don't want to build him up too much. Most of the times we do that, they don't really
to our detriment.
To our detriment, really. So what I would say is that so far in the tournament, he has made scores of 23 and 56 not out. So he's had a good start to the tournament so far, and he'll be looking to build on those performances and try and win this game here for his team.
Yeah, but going back to the fast bowling situation, once there are so much restrictions with the faster bowlers, you're not going to get fast bowlers coming through. I think they really need to rethink it, because one or two players got injured in under 19 cricket a couple of years ago, and the whole thing was changed. I think it's to the detriment of people because you're not seeing real fast bowlers coming through.
It's because if you recall, even in the 3-day tournament, I think they can only bowl a maximum of 6 overs in a spell and have to wait a while before they come on back. So I think they're trying to wrap them up in wool, as they would say. But
this one on the Midland leg, he defended it quite well, and there is no run. Still 3 for 1, Leeward Islands. The problem with it is when you have youngsters at the school level where there are no restrictions, they can bowl and bowl and bowl. Talking about the under 15 and the under 19. I'm not speaking about West Indies, under 15, under 17. Talking about school cricket. Because the thing with it is, if you start to restrict them at a very early age, we are going to lose them, and we have been losing them. So on wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no one, still 3 for 1. I remember distinctly in schools cricket, you know about it. Quite a few youngsters were bowling were pretty rapid at schools cricket. You remember the days of the Martin here? Cameron Coffey, Nixon McLean, these guys bowl real quick. So there was no restriction. So they give it the full throttle. There's another guy from North Leeward, Calvert Hooper. Very quick, fast bowler. But he's migrated to Canada. This one here on his body, and he tucks it out. They have a 1. They're going to come for a second. And quite easily taken. So, yeah, and he goes up to 2. It's 5 for the loss of 1. 5 for the loss of 1. And St. Vincent and Grenadines produce a number of fast bowlers. Where have they gone?
That's a question that will continue to be asked.
Yeah, to be honest, because, you know, at the school level, there's a tremendous amount of fast bowlers we saw.
We have the likes of Obed McCoy now coming through. We also have Courtney Franklin. He's part of the Leeward Islands setup.
This one, he tucks this one on the leg side, and certainly it's a 4. Pitch on his body, and he got inside on the back foot and just clipped it to the left of mid-wicket, over the ropes for a boundary. Certainly a deliberate shot, and he has collected a boundary. It's now 10 for the loss of 1, Leeward Islands. And certainly a good boundary there for the Leewards.
All the natural talent there of Jordan Johnson coming to the forefront. We've seen quite a bit of him, even last year in the 3-day tournament. He's a player who has a lot of time to play shots. He has all the shots in the book, and at times I think it's just a matter of him being sometimes a bit disinterested, really. I don't know if this level is too low for him without the lack of a better word. But even speaking to his coach last year, he was speaking about the same thing in terms of him dominating the bowling at times and then just basically gifting his wicket away. So they were hoping that this time around.
Judicious shots.
Yes.
Similar to what we saw from this one. Seemed to be bat pad there, one somewhere around middle and off. He went back, seemed to have hit the inner portion of the bat, and there was a stifled appeal, and there is no run. Palmer looked very good. Graves looked like the sheet anchor in this team here. So it's a question of they're walking around, and Tuckett, despite only getting 26, seemed to have a level head. Very
much so. As even if you look back at that shot from Jordan Johnson, the last over, seemed to just have all the time in the world, and that's not something we can say about a lot of players on this wicket itself.
This one kept a bit low, and he defended it quite nicely, hitting the face of the bat. Well played.
Well, bowl again too from Nathan Edward. He's the type of skiddy type of bowler. He's not the tallest man, but what he does have is a bit of pace and a bit of swing as well. He gets the ball to come back into the right-hander. So that's something for Trevon Williams to be mindful of from Nathan Edward.
In he comes from the northern end, outside the off stump, and he pushes this one out to cover. And there is, no, that's gone out to mid-on, hit the inner portion of the bat and went out to mid-on. There was no run. So certainly the Leeward Islands looking to dig in to try and get 150 to win this game, whilst the Leeward Islands team will be straining every sinew in terms of trying to get as much wickets as possible or restrict them.
Yes, the field 2 slips. So captain giving quite a bit of support for his opening bowler here.
In he comes. This one he actually chipped down. And they're going for a cheeky single. He actually charged the bowler. And he had to stop it. Out to wideish. A square cover point. Should have stopped it. Didn't. And he allowed them to get a single. He 12 now for 1. 12 for 1.
The skipper there, Bowen Tuckett, he will not be pleased with that.
You can't be pleased with that because
He's normally the wicket keeper as well. So a
you see,
change
the,
of...
the problem here, isn't it? From this competition, individuals can be called up to play international cricket, And if they do not get the basics right, we would have problems looking at cricket on television. Some of the very youngsters, not to say that I do not say that they're not going to be selected, but you have to step up. Outside the off stump and flashing a drive. The same thing you were saying, every now and then you're having this kind of problem. With a couple of them I saw today, the injudicious shot outside the off stump. Once he picks up the line, he should just allow it to go by.
Yes, and it's going to be a good contest here between Nathan Edward and Jordan Johnson. Both of them West Indies under 19 players. So they will know each other pretty well.
We want to see West Indies cricket improve. That is the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. We need to see West Indies cricket improve. In from the northern end. This one outside the off stump. Stands on it and guide it out to square cover point. No run. Still what? 13 for 1?
It's 11
for 1. As the battle continues here. Good sunshine. No threat of rain. I'm not calling it. No threat of rain. Let's hope it will go right down to the wire and see who will come out on top.
Yes, definitely so. As long as the weather stays away, I'm sure we'll have some good cricket here, good competitive cricket. 157 is not the biggest total you would ever see, but what we do know is the nature of the wicket here at the Cyan Hill playing field, as well as the caliber of batting we have seen in the competition so far.
You're absolutely right. This pitch, as I said, is once you get in, is to stay in. If you're going out there to play big shots, you're not going to last. You're going to be dismissed because of the nature of the pitch. In, wide outside the off stump, you allow that one to go by to the keeper, and there is no run. 11 for 1. Jamaica responding to Leeward Islands 157.
I think what the Jamaicans will be looking for here from Williams is maybe to play that type of innings that Michael Graves played. Jordan Johnson, he's always going to be a free scoring player, so his strike rate will always be up there. But what they need from Williams is for him to just play a supporting role and anchor this innings really. The required run rate is about 3.89 per over, so nothing to really cause any sort of scoreboard pressure.
Up in the air, but I think he'll get away with it. A miscue. My goodness. Here it is. One that bounced on him and he went through with a shot. Up into the air, but away from the long mid-on, wide long on. And he got away. Not the best of shot. Shot selection wasn't the best at all.
Well, I was just speaking about him being maybe the anchor role, but the anchor certainly wouldn't play those type of shots.
Wonder if his anchor can hold.
The anchor would definitely need to be more selective than that. But thankfully for him and the Jamaicans, he lived to fight another day.
Could have easily lost his wicket uncalled for. In he comes from the southern end in. This one right on target. Good line, good length. Forcing him to defend, and there is no run. Yes, as I was saying to you, these guys who are playing this youth cricket here under 19, they can easily be called up to play for West Indies senior team. So they have to lift the game. Fielding, bowling, batting, catching.
Definitely. So we have seen players graduate very quickly from the under 19 level. The likes of Azari Joseph a few years ago. Xavier Marshall, remember quite a few years back, would have made the West Indies team not too long after the under 19 tournament.
Outside the leg stump and a wide signal by umpire. That's umpire is from Tobago. So it's 12.
Sandy.
What's his name?
Sandy, I think.
Sandy out of Tobago. Good afternoon to friends over there in Tobago. Wonderful piece of rock. Trust me when I tell you. The Bucco Reef is a sight to behold. You're in the middle of the ocean and the water is as warm as you can get it. Real, real, real nice. In from the southern end. This one driven. I think it's deliberate. This is over the head. It's 6. I think it's deliberate. It reminds me of a 2020 shot. The ball in the slot and he just lifted it nonchalantly over mid off for a maximum 6. But certainly it didn't appear as if he struck it with that kind of power.
Once again, as I mentioned to you before, this guy is a talent, and we are seeing it manifested in that previous shot. Just basically stroked that one for 6 against the wind, actually. So it tells you how well he actually timed that ball.
Well timed. This one outside the off stump and he guided to the right of cover. You can get another single. That's 18 now. 18 for 1. 20 for 1. 20 for 1, Leeward Islands. Having made 157, Jamaica 20 for 1. Yes, you know, because here it is. You have quite a few new names that have been included to play against India and Dominica next week. But they are all product of the under-19.
Very much so. Good to see Atene's been given an opportunity. He's been a consistent run scorer for the last couple of years. I was surprised he was not in the qualifiers, actually. And the West Indies performed so poorly, we don't even want to go there.
Outside the off stump, you'll have to go by, you know, runs.
It's going to be a challenge against the Indians, as expected.
The problem about it, and I'm saying it here, it may not be a popular way of saying it. I'm hoping that our people in the Caribbean do not put too much pressure on the young man. I'm saying it up front because I remember Kirk Braffett making statement to Tajana and Chandler Paul, he's a world-class batsman because he got 100 against the Australians. After that, what happened? He fell from grace. So we have to be careful when we are assessing people. I would always say allow them to develop. And don't look at India, Pakistan at 16, 17, they're developing. We have a different system.
So we have Nathan Edward again in new over. Outside the off stump, just bowling in that channel really to Johnson. Just pitching and moving away from the left-hander.
One of the other problems that we face too, wasn't it? I was speaking to a Guyanese lady, and her neighbor has a son. She said the boy can really bat. But you know what the parents had done? Bought his gaze, send him off to America for his education. So right away, he's a brain drain. He's gone. And in America, he's going to play cricket and make money because of what is on the horizon.
Another slashing shot there from Johnson. So anything in his half, really, he would just throw the kitchen sink at that one, really. 2 bounces into the fence, so he's up and running. He's on to 17. Jamaica, in response to 157 being made by Leeward Islands, they're 24 for the loss of 1.
Yes, 24 for 1. So, you know, we have to be careful with our young people who are coming through this system here. It may not be the very best, but it's a system in place.
I think you add to that, we have quite a few players playing in England as well. If you remember the story with Geoffrey Archer,
yeah,
he's one of those players we could say have really gotten away from us. We also have Chris Jordan as well.
There's a lot
These
of
are
players,
Barbadian players.
So a lot of players in the Caribbean who are moving out and move out particularly to England.
It's all comes with globalization. This one is a huge appeal there. A stifled in the end. So Jordan Johnson, he's off the flyer here, 17 from 10.
Yes, he's very much looking like Palmer. Very aggressive.
It's just a matter of, as we mentioned before, how long can he sustain his concentration, and be selective, because
make a decent total. Build your confidence. There's a selector here looking on at the game. Yeah, so going back to the Atene's issue, I repeat, I hope that our people do not put too much pressure on this young man, because he is not the savior for West Indies cricket. I am not too bothered about who wants to challenge me. He is not the savior. We, as West Indies, be hoping that he would, by this time, get in and dig in and see what he can do to assist West Indies.
Very much so. This Edward once again leaves the flow in. This one is on the line of the leg stump there. Jordan looking to walk that one. Taking his tie pad. Oh, actually, yes, his tie pad. Umpire signal leg by. Umpire Mukan there out of Guyana. 25 for one. So Johnson, he moves on to 18. Williams
So-
is there on 2.
So 25 for 1 overs. How many overs has gone?
It's 4.5 overs.
Call it 5 to 25. They are well within the asking range. It's a question of concentrating, and stay there as long as possible.
Very much so. Scoring at over 5 runs per over currently. Remember at the start, the required run rate was just like as he's pulling this one again, a chance for a dismissal and he's gone. So the second time we have seen him attempt that pull shot there, Williams. We spoke about him maybe trying to be an anchor, but that doesn't appear to be in his nature. And another pull shot there against Nathan Edwards. You mentioned he's a slippery customer, just rushing him a bit, and will take in there at mid-wicket. So Jamaica, they lose their second wicket. It's 25 for the loss of 2.
The thing about it is that he picked out the lone fielder there. He did not hit him either side of the fielder, right or left. Straight down his lap, and he said he gobbled it up. Thank you very much. So Jamaica lost their second wicket, and the Leeward Islands are bubbly. They're putting some pressure now on the Jamaican batting lineup. So we'll see how it goes from here, because in their innings, they reached 51 before they lost the second wicket, and then there was a bit of a stumble around that area. And they eventually got out of jail, so to speak, thanks mainly to Tuckett
And Graves.
and Graves. They really pulled it around for the Leeward Islands. It may sound 157. It's not a large total, but based on the track out there, they'll have to really work to get this total, if they are going to get it.
Very much so, and we've seen the quality of bowling on show here, especially from Nathan Edward. Mentioned his pedigree as a West Indies under-19 bowler. He's also recently contracted to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as well. So he's definitely not one who will just make life easy for you as a batter. We also have the off spinner there, Amory, another West Indies player, so he'll be coming in at some point in time. And we mentioned the leg spinner, Mackenzie, who bowled very well in their last game. I think he took a 5-wicket haul against the Windward Islands. So a lot of bowling options there for the Leeward Islands, who will actually make this game very difficult for the Jamaican team. The new batter being Weatherborn, Stephen Weatherboard, joining Jordan Johnson. So 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, but it's always nice for a fast bowler. They will tell you to have both left-handers or both right-handers, because it's fairly difficult to keep a right-hand, left-hand combination, especially if they are rotating the strike.
Very much so. That wicket was actually on the last ball of the previous over. And Jordan Johnson again looking to hit that one on the up, which I think it would be a very difficult shot on this type of wicket.
He just cannot continue to look to play big shots. He will get himself into problem, because the pitch itself is not coming on, as we tend to say. There's a two-pace kind of thing, and it's him to settle down when the ball is in his half, so to speak. He can get runs. When you are trying to force it, you are going to get into problems. And I don't think Jamaica want themselves to get into problems.
I think the last dismissal showed us why we are speaking about the two-pace nature of the wicket. That one actually rushed the batter from Nathan Edward.
That's true.
Really made it difficult for him to really control that pull shot, hook shot that he attempted on that occasion there, Williams.
The two overs ago, one actually stayed on his ankle. So it's a bit difficult. You have to concentrate.
This one is short of a length again, a good single. There's better batting there from Johnson. Just pushing it into the gaps. Rotating the strike. He's already off to a good start, 17, 18 now from 16 delivery.
How
so
deep does the Jamaican batting go?
Well, they have the likes of Beckford. I think he's a very good player to come. They've added some new names to their ranks, which I'm not totally familiar with. This is actually the first game I'm actually seeing them live.
The first game I'm seeing them myself.
So So
That's why I asked you, had you seen another game prior to this one?
so yeah, the captain, I think, Barnes, good player as well. But I think Beckford, I think he'll be key. Good middle order batter.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Beautiful delivery. A pearl of a delivery, just on or outside the house. Now, as we tend to say, the fourth stump. He aiming for that area, and the batsman played that, missed. And how easily he could have taken an edge. How easily. But fortune favors the brave, he gets away.
Yes, Landaford just getting a one to move away from the left-hander, from over the wicket, using the angle perfectly there. Once again, that delivery dying, the wicket keeper had to dive forward. So definitely losing a bit of pace this wicket. And that one actually went through very well. So it's just been that type of day and that type of wicket where we could just observe and see the inconsistencies in the pace and the bunks, really.
And we're seeing inconsistencies from the southern end. That's the point I was making all the while, because no one tested this side of the pitch from the southern end. And here it is, we are definitely seeing the inconsistent bunks from the southern end as well as the northern end. It's not easy with these youngsters. It's not easy.
It's another wide down the leg side. I think the Jamaicans were very guilty of these extras as well. Leeward Islands continue to try and get another breakthrough here. Will be definitely dent the backbone of the Jamaican batting order.
One of the things I know about Jamaica, their pitches in Jamaica itself are firm. And you can play your shots without any fear, really.
Another delivery down the leg side. I'm wondering if he's trying to just get that ball to come back into the left-hander.
I think that's what he's trying to do.
Having pushed the one across him earlier on in the over and beating the outside edge. In the last couple of deliveries, he's been trying to get that one to come back, but starting it a bit too straight and giving away 2 extras.
The thing about it is that the bowler has to try and remember where he bowled his last delivery, especially when with a polar delivery 2-3 deliveries ago. Try to remember where he pitched it and try and go back there to see if you can get better results.
Consistency. This one is another delivery down the leg side again. So Landaford really losing it here. It actually has 2 left-handers in. We spoke that it should be a bowler's dream really to have two batters of similar nature.
Yeah, but one of the things that has changed in modern cricket is that the left-handers now around the world have to face bowlers bowling wrong the wicket, and with tremendous success. I'm not speaking about Broad and Warner. It's around the world it is happening. I think there was a survey, I'll get back to that, in driven outside the off stump. You're going to get at least 2 here. We're gone down to third man. 1, 2, and he's looking for a 3rd run, but he's been sent back. I think there was a survey done whereby 89% of bowlers bowling to left-handers reap success, as against 20% years ago. I actually saw that.
Is it safe to say that we have had an influx of left-handers in the game as well?
But why you have so many left-handers?
I'm not sure.
Huh? It's good for a case study, you know. Among the left-handers we have around cricket today, at all levels. Why is it that so many people are left-handers? We need to get some psychologists and all the other races to come in to try and figure out what it is, why you're getting so many left-handers, all levels of cricket.
As another over comes to an end.
Even the female, you have a lot of left-handers.
6 overs completed. Jamaica responding to 157 made by the Leeward Islands. They are 35 for the loss of 2. So the scoring rate is not too bad. It's just hovering around 6 runs per over.
The key to it is for them to stay there as long as possible and put pressure back on the Leeward Islands, because once wickets are not falling, the pressure, you're actually moving the pressure from yourself to them. That's the thing about batting long. You're moving the pressure from your team to the other.
As we see Nathan Edward continuing. This one just nipping back there on Johnson. Both batters looking of similar build. Johnson with the number 22 sprouting on his back. Weatherborn at 55. He'll face up for the first time to Nathan Edward. So I think it's fair to say it's pretty even Stevens at this point in time. The 2 wickets for Leeward Islands, that would have really put them in good stead. But the scoring rate, I think Jamaica will be pleased with the rate at which they're going. But they will now need a partnership of some sort.
Yes, all they needed to do is to try and get maybe 4 singles in the over. An odd boundary will come. And once they keep their heads, they should be able to put pressure on the Leeward Islands. And in the meantime, the Leeward Islands, they are trying to effect a breakthrough.
So Nathan Edward in his 4th over, 1 for 8 so far. So he's been very economical. Hasn't given much away. And he's also looked very threatening at times. Another good delivery there, pitching and moving away from the left-hander. Good carry this time into the wicket-keeper. 36 for the loss of 2. The current run rate 5.68. The required run rate 3.5. So nothing to really make you lose any sort of sleep at night.
Nothing to worry about. It's a matter of staying there. Just what Tuckett and Graves did. A lot of singles. This one wide outside the off stump. And through to the keeper, and there's no run. But certainly it's a question of trying to stay and battle on. As the good old cliche, you cannot make runs in the pavilion.
Very much so. And this opening spell from Nathan Edward will be very important. He's one of their potent weapons. So you want to see him off and limit the number of opportunities that he creates.
Nathan Edwards from the northern end, left arm over this one. Foolish length, and it's pushed back to the bowler. No addition to the total, but it's a good battle going on with Nathan Edwards and the 2 batters.
Very much so. He's getting the ball to move away from both of the batters. That's why there's 2 slips there. You see Amory there at 4th slip. There's a man at 3rd man. There's a man at backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's a man at fine leg. So he will definitely test them on that line outside the off stump. Trying to get that outside edge, or even get that delivery to nip back on the left-handers. That would be a weapon as well.
Side the off stump.
Another good delivery, good carry there.
Good carry, but then you have the one that's staying down and the one that's bouncing, especially from this end. Yeah, I remember something looking at the left-hander there. Sir Gary Sobers always trapped boycott LBW, the left arm, bowler over the wicket, and have the in dipper. He always caught him LBW or bowled. I'm telling you, maybe you're too young.
Too young indeed, but that delivery is definitely a potent weapon for most of the left arm seamers.
Kenroy Peters had mastered the art as well, having worked a long time with him trying to get him to do it, and eventually got it. And eventually he really and truly was bowling well for the Windies Islands. But he is in Australia, I think he and his family, and enjoying life there and doing whatever work has to be done there. As we say, what? Greener pastures.
That's an update on the other game, playing at Annesville, the Guyana under 19s. They made 178. Barbados in reply, they are 49 for the loss of 3. So an interesting battle going on over there as well, not too far from us.
Inside the leg stump, another wide.
As we see, I think it's Nisbet, the new bowler.
So they continue to give away wides, both teams. That lack of consistency, because you have 2 left-handers. And as I said, if he comes over around the wicket and target that off stump, bringing the 2 slips into play, you'll be far better off. Consistency is the key word once you're bowling, especially with two left-handers as a medium fast bowler.
Very much so.
I remember also Courtly Ambrose, the great Sir Courtly, when he was riled up in Australia. He was riled up, I think by Steve or Mark or one of them, and we all know the result. Because you know what he was doing? Consistency. Hitting that ball and is like Bishan Singh Bedi from India. They'll put a penny there and they'll bowl 5 out of 6 balls on that. This is where the success came.
And this bet they're missing his run. So the Guyana team looking for the first win of this tournament. They've not had the best of starts to the tournament so far. You could recall they were bowled out for 78 in their first game. And I think 108 in their next encounter. So an improvement of some sort today, making 178 for 9. And they'll be looking to get there's a beautiful delivery there from Nisbet. He's a nippy type of customer and get the ball to go through at a reasonable pace.
I think they are getting accustomed to the pitches here in SVG. I think that is what's happening because
Guyana.
Sion Hill pitch is playing different to Annesville and both are playing different to Park Hill. And Cumberland is playing different to the other three. So you really have to readjust. Each and every time your fixture is whichever ground. Readjustments.
Driving this one up officially there, Johnson. Gets a single. Seemed to have hurt himself a bit. Be a little bit of a cramp coming in. Yes, I think the physio will make his way out at some point in time. While the physio does that, just to remind you about the game with Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. This is actually played at Park Hill in the northeasterly side of the island. They are Trinidad and Tobago. They are 101 for the loss of 5. That game was reduced to 26 overs. So 20 overs completed, 101 for 5. So Trinidad will be looking to mount somewhat of a challenge. They too haven't had best of starts in the tournament, losing both games so far. So Guyana and Trinidad, two of the traditional powerhouses of these tournaments and West Indies cricket, struggling a bit in this tournament, looking for that elusive victory.
Well, as time wears on, we'll see exactly how it goes with these youngsters from across the region. Because here is an opportunity provided by Cricket West Indies for all of them to showcase their talent, to see what stuff they are made of. Because they are looking towards these youngsters in order to move on at the senior level. So they need to understand that and do what they're supposed to do best, produce.
You're not missing any cricket, viewers. There's Jordan Johnson there. Just pulling up a bit after completing that last single. The physio on the field, maybe a bit of cramp gunny. See the physio there performing some correctional work on him. Hopefully for Jamaica's sake, he'll be fine and be able to continue this innings. He has had a good start so far, 20 from 21. Scoring at a very good rate. Not a lot of players we've seen in the tournament so far, especially here at Sion, score that quickly. So it's a good start for him, and all we can hope for is
as if they're
to
taking out the magic spray. You have any idea about how magic this spray is?
I was hoping that you would know more than me, Gunny. Being a coach for a number of years.
I'll tell you something. Remember playing a game in the Leeward Islands, Windies, Leewards, and Grayson Shillingford, may he rest in peace, pulled up because the pitch was as hard as the road we are driving on. It was real hard. You understand? I remember Victor Eddie's father saying, quick wicket, quick wicket, quick wicket. From the time Grayson tried to bowl a couple of deliveries, the ball wasn't reaching no higher than knee height. You understand? So Grayson Shillingford decided, with one of his usual tricks at the time, 2 things he did in that game. One, he told the skipper that the socks is on the wrong foot. He didn't want to bowl on the track. The second thing he did also with that, despite that, is that Grayson pulled up and the he asked for a spray in his bag, his gear bag. And he sprayed it on his affected part. Deodorant, you know. And he was ready to bowl again.
So that was indeed a magic spray then.
Yes, it was magic spray, but it's the deodorant. So, you know, you have these stories that tend to come out. Having played for a while across the region, there are tremendous amount of stories out there. Trust me, I tell you.
As play is about to resume, Jordan seemed to have made sufficient recovery. And Nisbet it will be. 4 deliveries into his over so far. His first over of the match. Jamaica, 37 for 2. Remember, they're looking to get 158 for their 3rd consecutive victory here in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament. 121 runs in 200 balls. So quite a bit of distance there between the runs and the balls. This Nisbet again. Just hitting the bat very hard. Well played there by Weatherborn. Good delivery, good line, good length. See a slip. Somewhat of a deepish gully. Or short third man. More of a gully, deepish gully. Therefore, maybe that delivery, the batter tried to run down to third man. It's a fine leg. A deep square leg as well. Maybe for a short delivery at some point in time. As Nisbet again misses his run up for the 2nd time in this over. And his son, it turned out to be a rather good day, Gunny. I don't want to jinx it in any way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. The sun is out in all its glory. A stiff wind, that wind still, as this one is just walked away, just square leg. A bit uncomfortable there from Weatherborn. Gets a single. Yes, a nice wind blowing across the ground. That would be good for the players. Keep them cool. No sign of immediate threat of rain. And we're hoping that it remains that way for the remainder of the afternoon. So 38, 37 actually. 38, sorry. As he's hitting this one nicely over cover. 2 bounces into the fence. So Jordan Johnson once again going over the top as he has done successfully so far in this innings.
Yes, he went over the top, successful shot, and another boundary, and easing their way towards some semblance of safety. Let me put it that way. They've lost 2 wickets, and then they are not going to. Oh, that's a free hit.
No, it's the end of the power play.
And the power play.
So 8 overs completed. It's now 42 for the loss of 2.
So
Jamaica.
they need 109.
116, yes.
From 30.
3 overs.
It may sound simple, but it's not all that simple based on the track.
True.
So it's a question these 2 here, as far as Jamaica is concerned, is to stay there, and let the Leeward Island bowlers work for their wickets.
I'm looking at Johnson, though. He doesn't seem to be moving too well. Still look to be suffering from that little cramp that he sustained a couple of balls ago. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll see a bit more attacking intent from him, even though he's already attacking. You know what they say about these players when they're injured, the likes of Christopher Henry Gale and Gardner Greenwich. You don't want to see them limping. So it's interesting to keep an eye there on Jordan Johnson as Nathan Edward. He starts his 5th over.
And you remember, also, I believe you're probably too young. Malcolm Marshall broke now and bowled out England. You remember?
Well, I didn't watch it live, Gunny, but I think I can recall that encounter. Those are just some few occasions where you see players really fighting it out. I remember Graham Smith as well coming into bat versus Australia a few years ago with a broken arm. Just to try and save the game. Unfortunately for him, South Africa ended up losing that match, but it was just good to see him actually trying. These are players who have their hearts on their sleeves.
So the battle continues here. Just seen one of the Virgin jets has passed over, has gone to St. Lucia. So the old days of Leeward landing at TT Joshua is long gone.
So another delivery there. I think this would be 5 penalty runs actually. It actually missed the keeper and hit the helmet. So it would be 5 penalty runs there for Jamaica. Unfortunately there for Leeward Islands.
Yes, 5 penalty runs. So I put the total up now. Thank you very much for the 5. I think they will say thank you. That's 47. Now okay. Cardinal error from the keeper.
Yes, once again that delivery staying down. It's a difficult take for him. He could have used his pads, I guess.
Is he too far back? The distance between the stump and himself, I think it's too far back. Notice where he's catching those. If you recognize what's happening last night, he's catching those deliveries by his knees rather than across the waist. So you need to step forward a bit so you'll be able to take it across his way. This is the conventional way. The conventional way of wicket-keeping. Well, these days we're seeing all sorts of things happening.
Well, I think he's also mindful of the fact that some of these deliveries come through at a very quick pace as well. So he doesn't want to be too close. As this one is played nicely there by Weatherborn. For a single. Down to fine leg. Yes, it's really difficult on this type of wicket, Gunny, to really judge where you as a wicket keeper should really be standing. Especially against a bowler who has the ability to get it through at a reasonable pace. We have seen so far some deliveries lifting. A couple overs ago, he took one over his head, really, and now he's having to dive forward, right, as that delivery dies on him. So it's a difficult task being a wicketkeeper here at the Sand playing field.
So what do you think they need to do here at Sand towards improving the surface where batting is concerned?
Well, I'm not. My field of expertise is not in preparation of wickets, but maybe the nature of the soil itself, I'm not sure. Maybe we could have maybe some experts coming in, maybe from the region. There's nothing wrong with importing persons who may know and be more experienced in this particular field. Just assist in terms of preparation of some of these wickets.
Seems as if they're going to try the 2-car trick. They'll send the long leg out and they send the square leg right on the boundary rope. So maybe a 2-car trick with the guys out and try and bowl the Yorker.
It's Johnson as well. Still laboring a bit. He's pulling this one. Goes all the way for 6. So we mentioned this contest between Nathan Edward and just Jordan Johnson. And so far, Jordan Johnson winning the battle comfortably.
Yes, I thought he would have given him the 2-car trick. So both men are out and then look for the Yorker. But he set him up and he bowled it short and he's gone for the maximum. So the batter there waiting on the short delivery and he hit it with a plumb over the rope for 6. And certainly you have to rethink his strategy.
As you mentioned, he showed his hands pretty early in terms of the field that was set. But as you mentioned, you were thinking maybe it's a 2-car chip. He dropped it short and Johnson, very competent off the back foot as well, and played a lovely pull stroke there for 6.
He was actually waiting on the back foot for it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I assessed the Yorker would have been a better bet. Right in the black hole. You may have caught him napping.
So 54 it is. 54 for the loss of 2 wickets, 9 overs completed. So they're scoring at 6 runs per over. They required on a 3.25. Another delivery down the leg side there. So Nisbet struggling a bit. As was the case when Jamaica actually bowled. Saw quite a bit of wides. So once again, the wind factor here at the Sand playing field coming to the forefront.
That's what I'm saying. The coaches are here, management is here with this type of wind that's blowing. Maybe you try to instruct your young players to keep, especially left-handers, keep the ball outside the off stump.
As this one is caught at slip, is it? Yes, it is.
Yes, he's out.
So Weatherborn there going for the big shot across the line, getting the outside edge, and a very good catch there by the man at slip. I think it's Amory.
He doesn't
safe pair of
he doesn't
hands.
seem too pleased with the decision. I don't know why, because from where we are, we can clearly see it was a clean catch.
Very much so. I think the shot wasn't really required at this point in time from Weatherborn. He just came to the wicket. He's on 6 from 14. Jordan Johnson, he's batting at the other end on 30 from 23 deliveries. So there's no scoreboard pressure of any sort. That delivery, Weatherborn looking to hit that somewhere in the vicinity over long on, getting the inside edge and off the pad as well. And a very good catch there from Amory in the slip. He would have been blinded to some extent with the batter playing across the line. So another big breakthrough here for the Leeward Islands. Jamaica, they are 55 for the loss of 3.
The innings taking a similar pattern as the Jamaicans. 52 for 1, then they go 53 for 3. And now from where they are now 55 for 3. So it's taking a similar pattern. So it's a question of who is prepared to put up their hands and be counted, to stay there and bat and bat and bat.
I was about to mention that throughout this tournament, I think what we have seen is that there are instances where there are partnerships and you get the feeling that the batting team is comfortable in what they're doing. They're getting the singles, they're getting the boundaries. But somewhere along the line, wickets seem to just fall in clusters. And that is the disappointing part of the tournament so far in terms of the batting.
By all the teams, you know. It's not one team, by all the teams. So I think there is a concentration problem. I think that is basically how I would sum it up. It has to be a concentration problem. You know, they relax because, yes, we're 50 for 1. We'll get there's only 152. And the mental lapse come and then you pay the price. I think that is what's happening.
Very much so. And these are definitely not wickets that you as a batter can relax on. There's always something in it for the bowler. It's not the best batting conditions. What we've seen that the persons who are willing to fight it out and settle down and bat with the likes of Michael Graves all year, that's the type of innings that are priceless really on these types of wickets. You're not going to bludgeon your way to a quick century or 1890. What you need to do is maybe after getting a quick start, you need to settle down and graft a bit. Johnson is still there, being patched up a bit here by the physio. So definitely still a little bit of niggle there for him.
If he is to go now at 50 somebody for 3, and if he is to go and make it 60 for 4, Jamaica will be in some problems. He needs to recognize the situation and stay there and bat to the end.
Very much so. And he hasn't looked troubled so far. The only times he has really looked in trouble is when he has played those rash shots. Huh? So he has basically played everything that has been thrown at him from the Leeward Islands. And he's off to a very good start. 30 from 23 deliveries. So his strike rate is never going to be a problem. Jordan Johnson scores very freely, a free scoring player. What is required now is for him to just form another partnership with the new batter, Brian Barnes it is. It wasn't part of the Jamaica's team last year in the 3-day tournament, so first time I'm actually seen him. But having coming into bat at number 5, you'd expect that he should be able to just hold his own and walk the ball into gaps. Maybe give most of the strike to Jordan Johnson, who is already settled.
Although he has given the Leeward Islands that ray of hope, the 1 or 2 shots that he's playing. Not missing any play. Everything has gone to where the physio has finished his work, and they will continue now. In from the southern end. Put this one outside the off stump, and he fishing at that one, and he failed to make contact through to the keeper, but certainly he has given the bowler hope there because it was somewhere outside the off stump, not far. And he pushed at it. He could have easily nicked it and create problems for his team, but he didn't. Fortune favors the brave. And he comes from the southern end. In. Here, no ball. Call and signal by umpire. So it's a no ball.
It's a free hit as well.
Umpire. It's a free hit. Yeah, I found the scores of them head were down into their gadgets rather than looking at the umpire. And this is a chance he has here now to try and get some easy runs. A free hit.
Yes, having now come to the wicket, Barnes, as he's hitting this one nicely back past the bowler, should be able to get a boundary here. Yes, a bit of power here being shown by Barnes. He's a big player, a tall player. Seemed to have a lot of muscle about him, and definitely a lot of muscle went into that shot.
Chance to get some easy runs. It's a free hit, and he punished that delivery between long on and long off. Another boundary to the total, as the Leeward Islands will really have to keep that ball in a better line, and the Jamaicans are enjoying themselves with the way things are going.
So 60 for the loss of 3. Jordan Johnson, even on that last shot, he had to evade, put in some evasive action there. Already struggling in terms of his hamstring, I think.
It's another wide.
Another extra, so the extra's piling up here for the Leeward Islands, as was the case when Jamaica actually bowled. 60 for 3, we're into the 10th over, so for the 98 runs required.
That one outside the off stump, be allowed to go by to the keeper, no runs. 60 for the loss of 1, 2.
61 for the loss of 3.
61 for 3. They'll have to.
I think Jamaica will be happy if it was the loss of 1. We can get going.
They will have to rebuild, whilst the Leeward Islands are probing and looking for another scalp.
Let's play this one here nicely, Barnes. To be another positive looking player. Another left-hander as well, so 3 left-handers in succession for the Jamaican team. Johnson back on strike. That's limping a bit still. I don't think he's 100%, but he will definitely need to stay there and play a key role for his team here this afternoon.
He needs to stay there. The thing about it is that the way the tournament is structured, he has 1 day to try and recover. That is tomorrow. And try and get himself in a better frame of mind physically for Monday's encounter. Yes, Monday's Carnival, Monday's St. Vincent, but the show has to go on.
Yes, the cricketing show has to go on. The Cricket West Indies on the 19 tournament.
I would see our score looking at me. The show has to go on, darling.
I'm hoping we see her on Monday as well. Not in the streets of Kingston, obviously, but here at the cricket.
Are you jumping with the T-shirt band? Which one you band? Dutch? What? Huh? Oh, she's going to be partying on the streets of Kingston on Monday with Guinness.
It's Nisbet again. Bowes and Johnson, they are trying to hit this one in the vicinity of those coconut trees. And missed it completely. So I think, given his condition, I think he will definitely be playing a bit more shots, which it's hard to really judge what is the best approach for him at this point in time. He's not very mobile at this time.
Well, I think what he's doing is trying to get as much runs as quickly as possible, because I'm certain he is in some pain. You can see him limping. So it's a question, how can I get maybe a quick 20, 30, somewhere thereabout, and he can come out by repositioning his team, the Jamaica, up to maybe by about 100. I think it's probably that should be his approach. I think that's what he's doing.
Very much so. He's a key player for them.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to just stay there and push because he cannot run properly. So might as well, when the short deliveries come, try and get some runs off these short deliveries.
Yes, we're going to see Amory, tall right arm off spinner.
Is that Vance Amory's son?
I'm not sure.
Depends on China. He's passed on, but he's a very, very good open batsman.
So Amory it is from the flow end, bowling to Johnson. So on the short of a length, he's punching it. Johnson still has enough in him to take that single.
Small island of Nevis, but a beautiful country. Really beautiful. Remember staying at Penny's Bar, right alongside the beach. Good afternoon to friends up there in Nevis.
Good afternoon indeed. As Barnes it is, coming into strike for the first time versus Amory. Amory, a tall off spinner. Gets a bit of turn and bounce as expected. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes from that end. A couple of our spinners been very successful from that end. With both left-handers at the wicket, I think he'll be pretty comfortable with that, taking the ball away from them. So there's a quicker delivery there. And once again, Johnson, we know him very well, both of them being part of the last West Indies Under-19 World Cup squad. He's punching this one nicely there, Johnson, timing it very well. Should be able to get close to the boundary, and it does, yes. So a very good shot there from Johnson, once again showing us a bit of finesse. We saw his power early on, this time just leaning back and punching it past backward point for another boundary.
Yes, that is what I said earlier. Maybe trying to get another 20, 30 quickly and get off and get the physio to do some work on his leg. So, as I said, by that time, it should be somewhere around 100, which the other should be able to get the 50, 58.
Sweeping this one, but straight to the man there at short fine leg. Bit of a misfeel. Land of 40 it is. I feel that he missed out there to Johnson. Anything to the right or left of that man, he definitely would have had some more runs. So he gets another single. He moves on to 36. Jamaica, they're 70 for free. We're in over number 11.
Interesting enough, Asnet, somebody who's incapacitated like that, you flight the ball and let them try and use their feet. You're going to create problems.
Very much so. That last delivery that he managed to cut away, that is the ideal delivery for him as a batter. Because it doesn't mean he has to move his feet a great deal. All he did was he was wrap back and punch it through cover. So it's a good point you make there in terms of flighting the ball.
Flighting and allow him to come on that injured leg. And then you will realize how important it is.
Well said. As the 11th over comes to an end, at the end of it, Jamaica chasing 158 to win here at the Cyanide playing field versus the Leeward Islands. They're 70 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And the game is going along quite merrily. The injured Johnson is out there and giving full support in spite of the injury. And as I said, probably his approach is to try and get some boundaries. And if he gets out, he gets out. But the thing about it is to advance his team's total so that once that is achieved and he gets out, he can come out and get some work done by the physio.
The new bowler will be Mackenzie, right arm leg spinner. Showed a bit of promise in his previous game versus the Leeward Islands. Took up a 5-wicket haul. Another of those players were part of a high performance training camp all year on this year, organized by Cricket West Indies. So definitely one that they have in their plans as someone they can work with and someone for the future. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here at the Cyanide playing field. A stiff wind, as we mentioned, blowing across the ground. They'll be bowling to Johnson. He's swinging at what one? First delivery and taking the inner portion of the bat there. So as you mentioned, it's more difficult for him to really come on the front foot because of the injury that he's carrying. And we've seen more evidence of that in that last delivery.
Exactly, from experience. Flight it to him, let him you put pressure on the injured leg.
One more added to the total, 71. It is for free. Jamaica. Mackenzie. He has the full repertoire of skills, really. Also has that one that googly as well, to show how quickly we'll see it. They're returning back into the left-handed Barnes there. He doesn't look too confident in defense, mind you, based on what we have seen so far. He seems to be the type of player who like to get bat on ball.
Yes, the thing about it, I think he's conscious of the fact that Johnson is injured, and it's important that they stay there. I think that is what I'm reading.
He's punching this one nicely off the back foot there. Should be able to get a second, yes, Johnson. Will be fit enough just to come back for that second. Tiptoe in there for that second run.
Yes, tiptoe, but it's 2 more runs to the total.
Very much so.
advancing the Jamaican total despite his problems.
I think it's a couple of years now that the ICC would have doubted out the runner, the batter being able to ask for a runner. This one again is punching this one, not timing it as well as the previous one there, Barnes. But there's a thin line here in terms of what the Jamaican management is thinking. He's one of the key players for them. You don't want a situation where he's aggravating the injury that he currently has. But at the same time, you want to win this game as well.
Yes, I think that's what they're doing. That's why I made mention is to get a quick 20-30 and get out and apply the ice and the necessaries on the physio. So that he'll position his team in a much better position at the moment, 72 for 3.
Mackenzie again. Up to Barnes. A flighty delivery. Hitting this one. A big hit. Over deep mid wicket for 6. We mentioned that Barnes just seemed to be that type of player who want to feel the bat on the ball. And there it is, Mackenzie flighting it one on the line of the leg stump. And he went deep over deep mid wicket for a massive 6. So his first 6 of the innings. It's now 79 for the loss of 3.
Yes, flighted and just helped it over the ropes for a maximum. But that is the type of delivery he needs to bowl at the injured batsman. Let him come to you rather than you go to him. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong man to flight it to.
The wrong man indeed, Brian Barnes. Rushes on to 14 from 12 deliveries. So he's after a flying start as well. In fact, the Jamaican team is after a flying start. They are 79 for free, 12 overs. So they require for the 79 runs, they require run rate 2.72. So the required rate is not going to be a problem here this afternoon. I think the key for Leeward Islands is that if they want to get back into this game, they will have to bowl the Jamaicans out as the players take a short break. And we'll do that as well as we get some refreshments here up in the commentary box.
Yeah, back here at the Sinai playing field. I've just resumed after a water break. This one driven out to short extra cover, and there's no run. 73, 70, trying to get it right. 79 for 3. In. Forward defensive, and he pushes this one to the left of the bowler, out to long on, and he gets a single. 80 for the loss of 3, and certainly they are moving closer and closer to their target. So Walsh, it seems to be an off spinner to me. Seems so. From the northern end, Sign Hill end, Kingston end, whatever you want to call it, in. Back he goes and forces it. They're going to get another single. Despite he's hobbling a bit, but it's important. All these singles are important.
Important indeed. It keeps the scoreboard ticking over. And we have seen from the Jamaicans so far that they're prepared to score boundaries, but they have been able to get the singles as well, which is equally as important.
This one flighted, driven, but again, the problem is the injured player. He can only take one, but the important thing is getting closer and closer to the total.
Very much so.
That's very vital that he stays there.
That delivery going to the left of the man there at extra cover, maybe a fit Jordan Johnson would have been able to get a second. As well fielded there in the covers. The type of fielding effort that would be required from now on from the Leeward Islands.
End of the over, another quiet over here, but the boat keep ticking over, and they're getting closer to their target. Still a long way to go. 75 they're about to go. A long, long way to go. Because 2 wickets here can change the whole equation. But I believe that the injured man there and his skipper will stay out there as long as possible. Bear the pain. No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain. I like that, Gunny. It's an elite. Cricket is an elite sport, and you need to just give your all at all times. As we see Amory switching ends. So after bowling one over from the flow end, he's now coming from the old airport end. Any particular reason you think for that decision, Gunny?
I'm not too sure. Maybe it's trying something, which is quite okay to try something. They try and effect the breakthrough.
Well, the Jamaicans' wickets, all 7 wickets to the spinners, they were acquired from this end. So maybe that is a good omen for Amory to use.
Yeah, but I think you really need to flight those deliveries around off stump and bring the batsman out on the front foot, because he cannot stretch. He's not going to play the big shots. So you will leave him sort of in no man's land. What to do? Go forward, go back? But maybe lack of experience. I'll put it on for that.
Yeah, that was just too easy there for Jordan Johnson to push it through the covers for a single. 83 for 3. So Brian Barnes, he's actually the captain for the Jamaican team. So captain out there, it's good to have the captain. He will, as this one is short and is it dropped? Is it a drop catch?
It looks like a drop catch. It was hit very hard back to him.
It's difficult for us to really
unfortunately
see from this vantage point. Barnes seemed to be a player who hits the ball very hard. It's a beautiful delivery that and he gets him this time. So we mentioned his change of ends, and he has managed to get a change of luck as well, as this delivery is caught behind there. And Brian Barnes, the captain, he goes for 15. It's now 83 for the loss of 4 wickets.
A very important wicket there for the Leeward Islands. There's a very confident appeal. Up went the umpire's finger immediately. But the batsman himself looks a little dejected. Whether it's because he touched it, he wasn't too sure about the decision. But the thing about it, he's on his way to the pavilion. The umpire's lifted his finger, and he's in the pavilion. So now, has the game turned?
Yes, it's actually the first delivery that Amory has bowled that you would say it's in the line that he needs to be bowling in terms of that corridor of uncertainty. Turning away, a bit of bounce as well. We have defeated the batter in that case. Most of his deliveries so far has been on the shorter side. And he has actually made it very easy for both left-handers to just walk the ball into gaps. As we see Beckford being the new batter. Mentioned that he's also a very good player. Saw him last year in the 3-day tournament.
The batsman who's just out, his name is
Brian Barnes, the
Barnes.
captain.
He doesn't appear to be too happy. He's gesticulating as he comes into the pavilion. Probably must be saying to himself, I didn't touch it. But the thing about it, once the umpire raises that finger, you better leave.
Alright, so we don't have
it's a big breakthrough for the Leeward Islands. The skipper has gone, and let's see how it will go between now and 158.
we don't have the benefit of technology up here in terms of seeing the replay, or even SNIC or these other technologies, hotspot as such.
You're being guided by the umpire?
Yes, definitely so. It's a bit of disappointment there from the batter, Brian Barnes. But we'll now see Beckford coming into strike for the first time versus Amory. A bit of life injected into the Leeward Island fielders. This one is a quicker delivery there, and Beckford goes back and plays it up the wicket.
You might very well see the bowler bowl out his quota from that end with that quick breakthrough and the vital wicket that has been taken.
I think we'll see that. He's one of the key bowlers for them. As he's flighting this one, a big appeal again. I think they were appealing for both the catch and the LBW. The umpire, Sandy, deciding in the end. None of them were valid.
Very, very confident appeal, and umpire Sandy says not out. But a very good over indeed, a maiden wicket. As there's a little chat between the bowler and the umpire out there. I think it's animated. Anything?
We saw a bit of animation even in his batting, so he's that type of bloke. Someone who always seems to see the brighter side of things. And that over comes to an end. At the end of the 14th over, Jamaica, they're 83 for 4. Chasing 158 made by the Leeward Islands. Just Jordan Johnson, he's on 40 from 34 deliveries. And Beckford, Justin Beckford, he just came to the wicket. He's yet to get off the mark. As we see Mackenzie being switched to the flow end. So both spinners being rotated here.
I think these spells from the two spinners would be a telling factor in this game in terms of the result. If they bowl well, anything can happen. If they did not bowl too well, the Jamaicans can cruise. But we'll wait and see.
This one is, I think, is the googly there. And Johnson hustling for first. I don't think he has the capacity at this point in time to come back for a second. But well bowled there by Mackenzie. But yes, this is definitely a key point in the game, a key period. It's a period where both of the spinners from the Leeward Island team, both premier spinners, they are operating in tandem. And the Jamaican team here losing 4 wickets so far. And it also shows the importance now of Jordan Johnson, because he's been there for a while now. He's scoring freely. But the other guys, the other batters from the other end definitely have to contribute as well.
That is well bowled, flighted, well bowled, forcing him to put pressure on that knee, that is that leg that is getting problems.
It's actually Beckford this time, the right-hander.
Well bowled.
Still well bowled, yes. This one is a bit of tone. Still that tone in the wicket all day. Every day, if you ask me. Bowler's been able to extract tone and at times a bit of bounce as well.
Some that are keeping low as well.
This one, Beckford.
There seems to be a war of attrition now with the two spinners on, with the Jamaican batsmen. Definitely you will see no quarters asked, none given.
And I think Beckford, he has been mindful that Johnson is not as mobile. So some of these quick singles that maybe he could have taken with another batter, as this one is one of them. There was Nathan Edward throwing to Jordan's end. So he has to be mindful that his partner is not the most mobile. He's injured at this point in time. So a single that you may have been able to get comfortably with another batter, a fit batter at the crease, you have to be more judgmental, you have to be more decisive and more selective in your approach moving forward. As Mackenzie again bowling to Jordan Johnson. He's punching this one down to long off easily for another single. Moves to 42. Score now up to 86
It's not
for the
nice
loss of
to
4.
the left of me looking over that villa area, seeing it's a marine that is showing its ugly face to come this way because I am aware of where it comes from. It's coming this way. And I think we'll be
We're hoping that the breeze can pick up,
it up
and deposit it somewhere.
somewhere else.
Somewhere in Kingston, maybe in Victoria Park.
Yes, especially our scorers going to Calypso tonight, Calypso finals tonight. Or you're getting home and then come back for Juve. All the part.
I think tonight is actually Soca Monarch tonight.
The T-shirt ban on Monday for sure.
As
Score?
15 overs completed, 86 for 4, as Amory continues from this end. It's coming forward there, Johnson.
What is important to us, Net? 20 overs has to be bowled to the team batting second, to constitute a match. So let us, 20. Yeah, but it's 20. Doesn't matter. It's 20. So it's vitally important that they try to get in as much overs as possible. Or the Leeward Islands can delay it in the event the rain, create problems.
This one is heading down the leg side there, on the line of the leg stump. I think the game is evenly poised here, 86 for 4. Jamaican team scoring very fast, very quickly, considering what we have seen so far in the tournament. And Leeward Islands picking up some key wickets. I think the most important wicket for them would be that of Jordan Johnson. If they're able to get Jordan Johnson anytime soon.
Yes, that rain is definitely will be at us within an over or two. Definitely will be at us 4 o'clock.
As the groundsmen make their way across to the covers. It's never a good sign.
It's a good sign because we need the water for us to get fruits and catchment tank.
It's never a good sign for the cricketers here today.
Cricketers, yes. But we need the water. Remember we had a very, very dry spell, early in the year.
As that one is down the leg side again. I think a chance for a single. Wait for the signal from the umpire. It's a wide signal there. It's a bit sloppy there from Amory.
I think they need to put ask the groundsman staff to pull on the covers. To be very honest, it is going to come here within 2 minutes.
We're going to hear from these parts, so I have faith in your judgment. And I can see it as well. The rain is definitely making its way from that direction.
Villa, Calico area, up in that area there.
It's Beckford a long way forward again. And it's the end of another over. I think the players are actually coming off. So good decision here from umpire Sandy and Mukan.
It's a good decision to come off because that rain is going to come. There's no ifs and buts. It's just a question of how hard it will come and what sort of moisture it will leave on the covers.
So Jamaica, they are 88 for the loss of 4. 16 overs completed. Beckford, he's on 1 from 6, and Jordan Johnson gluing this innings together. He's on 42 from 41. So you're not missing any cricket here. We have a short break at this time as the covers come onto the field, and we will join you whenever play resumes.
Welcome back to the Sign Hill playing field where we just had a short, sharp shower. And we have lost 8 overs. The match lost 8 overs. The information that Jamaica has to get 144 in 33 overs. And 144 in 33 overs. 144 in 33 overs. And so which means there's another 17 overs to go to complete a match. But if there are any more interruptions, once 4 is bowled, you have a match. A duly constituted match where you will have a winner to get points. But 4 overs must be bowled.
So
let's keep our fingers crossed that it won't affect us too much. So the Leeward Islands will continue at 88 for 4?
86 for 4.
86 for 4, 86 for 4. That will put them now at 71. No, 72. 72 from 17. Just over 4 and over. That's what they need to do. Yeah, that's what the information I just received from 144 in 33. Huh? So then,
runs.
where they are? 88?
They are 86 for 4, so it means that they need 58
14,
more runs.
No, 14. Oh, yes, 14 and 40. 58. But their run rate is much, much better than the Leeward Islands. But let's see how it goes. Allow play to continue. So we're really hoping that 4 overs will be bowled, and whoever win.
It will be Mackenzie, though, the leg spinner, coming in from the float end. We bowl into Johnson. This one is walking off the pads. Still struggling there for movement, Johnson. He makes it relatively comfortably in the end. So the first run after the rain break, Jamaica goes up to 87 for 4.
A score the Australians dread. In terms of 87. We in the Caribbean tend to dread 13. But I'm getting the impression we can get another shower, you know. How soon from now, I'm not sure. Because when you look down at that area, over the double decker and going across, doesn't look all that promising. So, we'll continue here now. So it's all Jamaica to lose. Except the Leeward Islands can string some maidens together. That's the only thing will save them because they were in front before the rain break and everything has come down. They had to get 144 in 33 overs and they're now 88?
It's 88 for 4.
88 for 4. In. Hits this one. That's gone a long way. 4 runs. Flighted. And despite the injury, he slammed that one to a wideish mid-off. A wideish long off to the boundary for 4. And he recognizes that we need runs, regardless of pain. We need runs and we have to get them fairly quickly. Before any further rain sets in.
Yes, Jordan Johnson continued to excel here at the Sign Hill playing field. Another boundary to add to his total. He now moves up to 46 from 43 deliveries. So he has found scoring relatively easy so far throughout this innings. A flighty delivery there on the line of Austin from Mackenzie. And with no protection on the deep cover boundary, it was always going to be an easy shot there for Jordan Johnson.
Despite the injury, he is batting well.
Punches this one out to cover for another single. So good batting there after getting the boundary. And now getting a single out to point. So 93 for the loss of 4 wickets, Jamaica. Johnson moves on to 47. Beckford, he's there. He's on 2 from 9 deliveries. Still trying to get his innings going. Mackenzie will be looking for a breakthrough. Was relatively successful in his previous encounter. No wicket so far today. So Beckford goes back and just guides that one to the man there at slip. There's no run. So 51 needed in 97 deliveries. Required run rate 3.15. So that has been the case since the start of this innings. As Beckford is trying to go over cover there. A bit of risk attached to that. As Mackenzie turns it away from him. So it's the end of the first over since the rain break. Jamaica, they have 93 for 4, 17 overs completed.
Yes, and it's a matter to see how far they will advance the total, because I said, if you look there, Masnet, see that whole area? That is rain. I know you trust my judgment. That is rain. There's no two ways about it. So it's a matter of trying to get in 4 overs.
Well, with the spinners bowling, both spinners operating, they should be able to get it in. I'm wondering if the Leeward
Jamaicans
Islands
and them should set up in the crease and don't allow them to, I won't say waste them, just delay it.
The Leeward Islands, you mean?
Yeah, Leeward Islands are delaying to get in the next 3 overs. Jamaica should not allow it. Should need to set up and let the umpire ask the bowler to come in and bowl. A little tricks in the trade.
I think from the Leeward Islands perspective too, I'm wondering if a seam bowler at this point might have been a better option.
A better option, yes. It will take up time.
Considering that time is against us. Especially if the game is to be finished anytime soon, with the 20 overs completed, my guess is that the Jamaican team will win this contest.
Definitely, that will be my guess as well as yours, if they are to go, if the 20 is bowled. So how long they're taking to set the field, that is exactly what I'm speaking about.
Beckford turn this one nicely through mid-wicket for another
All
single.
they need to do is get 4 singles in the over, and they're home.
It's easier said than done.
Well, I agree with you.
Based on what we have seen so far in the tournament, that is.
I agree with you, Asnet.
So Johnson, he's on 48. He'll be looking for his second half century in this tournament. I think from the very offset, he looked comfortable. He looked positive in his stroke play, assured. Apart from a few flays outside the off stump where he missed, I think it has been a relatively flawless innings from him, Jordan Johnson. He's punching this one again nicely through backward point. The man there at deep extra cover comes around and gets it back to his wicket keeper. So another single added to the total.
It's really a question of picking off the singles and get to the target, except a boundary ball come.
Just continuing what they're doing so far. As Beckford, he didn't want to over cover. Into the boundary for 4. Good shot there. Playing against the spin. But I get the feeling that he was to the pitch of the ball, so it made the shot a little bit more easier.
Yeah, he opened the face of the bat there. That one just flighted outside the off stump. Give him the room, give him the width, and he just lifted it and to the boundary for 4. A much needed 4 for the Leeward Islands. At Jamaica, as they continued in their quest towards getting the target.
But before the rain break, we spoke about the lengths that the spinners need to bowl to Johnson. As this one is down the leg side. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, I think Johnson has enough willpower, really, to get that second run. That was the widest signal there by the umpire. Yes, we were speaking about the lengths that they need to bowl to the different batters. So it is Beckford. You don't want to be too full to him. The fuller length perhaps would be more applicable to Johnson, who is struggling with his injury.
That is a fact.
So that's something the bowler here, Amory, need to be mindful of. We saw that flighted delivery outside the off stump was really easy pickings for Beckford to hit that one through the covers. No sort of protection on the offside as well. Once again, he's driving at this one. Finds the gap, another single. So easy batting here by this Jamaican pair. Score moves up to 104 for the loss of 4. 18 overs completed.
Yes, and they're cruising basically. How many at over? I think it's about 9 runs in that over, which will really aid their cause. And certainly it's a question of getting in the other 2 overs. And more than likely they're going to come out victors here because it's definitely getting dark in that area. I realize you are looking over my shoulder.
Yes, the darkness seemed to be spreading across our left there. Started in that corner, but as we look to our left again, we're seeing it just spreading out. It tells me some rain is somewhere close. As Mackenzie it is again. To start proceedings again from the flow end. Beckford is using his feet nicely over the man there at mid-on. So he's up and running this time, and a good shot there.
Yes, a very good shot. Flighted and used his feet and carted it down over wide long on for a boundary as Jamaica eases to their victory target. Certainly a good shot, and 4 in this situation is vital.
Yes, he's been very positive since the resumption. We saw the drive over extra cover in the previous over, and we now see him using his feet against Mackenzie. I'm wondering if the wetness of the ball here is playing a role in terms of the spinners as well.
Let's go back to what you said earlier about bringing in the seamer. So he'll be able to dry the ball on his trousers.
Yes, the outfield will have accumulated some rain. We have a couple of interruptions so far today. So both spinners here may be struggling a bit to get the grip of the ball as this one is punched out to a deepish cover. And Johnson there in his rather peculiar style this afternoon, hobbling his way to another single.
This is the learning process. Because, again, not going back to what you said, the faster bowler will take up more time as that dark cloud is spreading its wings. And to me, it's really a matter of when, not if.
As this one is swept nicely there past him on that short fine leg. A good shot indeed. It is a true definition of what it means to manipulate the field. So Jordan Johnson there, a well-deserved half century. His second in succession. And Jamaica here continue to pile on the misery here against the Leeward Islands. They are now 113 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, a well-composed in there. Seriously, he batted, he realized his team was in problems. Despite the injury, he has stuck it out there. He has gotten a well-composed half century. And certainly, once the rain doesn't fall, and to try getting another over, so that will come out victors.
So Jordan Johnson, 53 from 48 balls, 5 fours, and 2 massive 6s. So it's been an innings glittered with class, really, composure. From the very offset, he looked to be a man on a mission, confident in his batting abilities. And it's good to see him just pushing on so far in the tournament. He hasn't been dismissed. And hitting this one again over cover into the boundary for 4. Another lovely shot there from Jordan Johnson, showing his full repertoire of skills.
Yes, he has opened up, recognizing the target that they need to get. And certainly he is piloting, shepherding Jamaica to a victory here because, as I said, it's a question of when, not if. With that rain that is there, and it won't be too nice if they had to bowl 19.5 overs and put a point each.
Yes, it would be a shame, really. I think overall we could say that Jamaica has played a better cricket so far.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Judging on based on what we have seen in the overs completed so far. He's sweeping again at this one, down the leg side. So Mackenzie seems to be struggling here. I think the wetness of the ball is playing a role also. We saw Amory struggling from the other end.
Let's go right back to what we said about the seamers. Seamers will be able to spend more time to finish the over and they'll be able to dry it properly on their trousers.
Mackenzie again, and Jordan is sweeping this one nicely out to deep square leg. There's a man stationed there for that shot. Gets another single. Score now moves on to 119 for the loss of 4 wickets. Johnson, he moves on to 58 from 50 deliveries. And Beckford just coming into his own in the last couple of overs. He's on 13 from 15 deliveries. As we see, a slight delay here in terms of setting the field. I think they've heard you gone in terms of trying to maybe delay the inevitable. A couple of feelers running from different positions.
The crucial thing is to get in the over, no matter the runs, because they have accelerated, and they have definitely way in front in terms of the NRR, the DLS. It's just a question of trying to see out the 20 overs, then you have a match.
So this delivery, which is the swinging at this one there, Beckford. That final delivery taking a while to be delivered in the end. As we see the end of the 19th over, and at the end of it is 100 and
Scorer? Is it 117?
118
118
for the loss of 4 wickets.
from 19 overs. So they need one more over, and certainly they'll be home high and dry.
As I
See,
Seamer.
for match awareness, they're just sort of, to me, wasting time in the middle rather than get to their respective creases, ensuring that you get in this next over so you have a match. They must be aware, the match awareness they call this.
As you see, the Jamaican coach there on the sideline just shouting out some instructions. Maybe getting Johnson to maybe just play out this over so that
He will get some runs. What could be cruel here is if he gets out, which means that a new batter will have to go in with the threatening rain.
So 2 balls completed in the 20th over so far. So 4 deliveries left in this over. The Leeward Island team doing all that they can to really delay.
If I look across
This
Young
over.
Island, I can definitely see the spattering over there, right across Young Island. As I said, it's not if, it's a matter of when.
As Beckford is coming forward, plays it back up to the bowler. So that will definitely work
Feeling the breeze.
in the favor of the Jamaican team. Just playing it back to the bowler, getting him to turn from his mark again to come in. As Beckford just strokes that one. And I get the feeling that this last shower of rain, Gunny, is the most serious that we have had throughout the day.
I think that's it. It's a question of play out the next 2 deliveries so you'll be able to get in the full 20. Match awareness, you call it.
2 deliveries remaining here from Amory.
Feel the
A
breeze.
strong wind.
Strong breeze.
Sure you will hear it in the microphones.
Right.
It's just picked up a notch there.
If you look at Young Island, see the rain right there.
So
And
one,
it's right here. It's final delivery here. Don't waste time, boy. Bowl the ball.
so one delivery remaining.
One delivery. I
In
think
this-
they will come off after this. I honestly believe they'll come off because of the threatening rain.
As Beckford just plays it
That's
back up
it.
the pitch. And I think
They're going
the
to call on
umpires,
the
yes, we're
covers.
going to go off.
Exactly how I predicted it. It's no matter if, it's a matter when. So the 20 overs have been completed, and Jamaica certainly would win on the DLS. There's no 2 ways about it. They are way ahead. What's the score? 1-1.
119 for 4. 119. 20 overs.
Definitely they are going to come away winners because that rain seemed to be looking to come fairly heavy. So they just barely managed to make it. But it has really been a very, very good innings by the injured
Jordan Johnson.
Jordan Johnson. But he really, really piloted his team Jamaica to victory here based on the DLS method. And yeah, it's just a matter of time. But the wind is blowing, the rain is coming. They have done the correct thing, called the covers early, so I'll be able to protect the pitch in the event that the wind blow away all this rain, because definitely up there. You can't even see Beckway.
It's a very good innings.
Beckway cannot see it.
Very good innings there from Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, very, very good innings indeed from Jordan.
It's the type of batting that we've been calling for throughout the tournament in terms of a batter just pushing on and making it count, really.
This is one of the better innings I've seen from a youngster in the tournament thus far, to be very honest with you.
And he's actually a West Indies under 19 player. So these are the type of performances that we should be seeing week in, week out from these players. They have the experience of playing in an under 19 World Cup. And so they should really let their talents shine through at this level. So just a recap of what took place. Leeward Islands, they made 157. And the Jamaica in return, they are in response, they're 119 for 4 from 20 overs, which would have constituted a game here at the Sani playing field. So I'm not too sure if we'll get any more play throughout the afternoon, but at the moment, the covers are on and we'll have to wait on the decisions of the umpire at this point in time. So what we'll do now, we'll take a break and we'll be back with you to give you an update on proceedings here at the Sani playing field.